Madam Chair, we have a quorum. I do not expect Director Collier this morning. He's on vacation this week. So you can go ahead and read the preamble whenever you're ready.
Excellent, thank you. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law under COVID-19 emergency declarations, notice of this meeting have been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conduct its meetings according to Robert's Rule of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. Abstentions from any vote due to the conflict of interest should be stated for a record prior to taking of any vote. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting has the opportunity to be heard, we ask for you to keep your microphone on mute and use the raised hand function before asking a question or making a comment. The raised hand function can be found in the participants panel on the on the desktop and mobile versions and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking the raised hand icon again and muting your microphone. We will also be utilizing the chat feature to communicate with participants. The chat feature can be activated by clicking the chat button located at the bottom of the WebEx screen. Next slide. All meeting activities are being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube. We have provided a link to the meeting for those who wish to speak on a particular case via our website and email. We have also received emails from those who have provided written comment on a particular matter, and they have been circulated throughout the commission. We'd like to call the March 25th, 2021 Landmarks Commission meeting to order. Mr. Pettit, could you please call roll?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Ms. Anderson.
Here.
Ms. Bailey.
Here.
Mr. Kalikia.
Here.
Mr. Collier. Mr. Santora. Mr. Dreyer.
Here.
Mr. Jones. Mr. Strickland.
Here.
Mr. Tarasik. Ms. Trott.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum. Also in attendance today from our staff are Ava Schmidt and Stuart Hastings from the Law Department, and Carl Bruns is here. He will be controlling the presentation throughout the meeting. We have a quorum. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. We'll begin with our certificates of appropriateness. We'll start with our first applicants located at 10011 Clifton Boulevard, facade and design revisions for new construction. We'd ask the applicants to use the raise hand function. Please announce yourself and tell us about your project. We'd ask everyone else who is not here on behalf of the projects to maintain their mics on mute.
Kyle Hulawat, Director of Design here at Bowen.
David Bowen, Principal at Richard O. Bowen and Associates.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can I start off, Kyle?
Yes, so we are presenting material facade revisions to the Dig House project at the corner of Clifton and West Boulevard. Next slide. Again, this is just an aerial of the area. Next slide. These next couple slides are just some existing context photos to see the neighborhood. that the building sits in. You can flip through these.
We know that you've all seen this before and actually gave it approval, but there were questions had to do with materials and stuff. So we're coming back now that we're through DD with materials and what we needed to do for the use of the building. Next slide. All right, so here, if you can go back a couple slides. So the footprint of the building has remained the same. The siding of the building has remained the same. So
You have to love
can see how it sits
technology.
on the site. Once again, we have not changed the footprint of the building. It is still 5 units. The configuration of the units has remained as is. Next slide. There it is. So the material change that we are coming today is instead of a stucco, which what it was before, to a painted brick. We feel that this has a more timeless look to it. We feel that it's going to weather better over the years. And just, generally provide a nicer looking, more stable facade than the stucco would have provided. What we've also done is, as we've gone through design development and worked with some of the potential residents, is clean up the elevation, organize the windows to create just a more organized facade throughout all sides of the building. So this is the Clifton Boulevard view. Next slide. And this is the West Boulevard view. Again, the predominant material on these facades is a painted brick, a white painted brick. And again, just we've gone through and cleaned and organized the elevations to better work with the interior floor layouts. So generally the form has stayed the same, the massing has stayed the same, the height has stayed the same, and the footprint has stayed the same. The big change is going from the stucco to the painted white brick. You can go to the next slide. And you can see our updated elevations to reflect the new brick material, moving on from the stucco. Next slide. And these are the rear elevations. The elevations kind of that don't face the street are a shiplap fiber cement board siding. Again, would be white in color to match the brick. Next slide. And then these are the interior elevations, kind of in the kind of garage, driveway, courtyard area. Next slide. And this is our basic material palette. We have the brick that goes onto the main chimney, and then the white painted brick, the white fiber cement shiplap siding, and then it's the same asphalt shingle that was previously presented. Next slide. And then again, these are the interior layouts for reference. Like I said, the footprint has remained the same, the configuration has remained the same, the quantity is the same. The next slide, that's the ground level. This is the second level. Next slide, and then the units in the back have a third level.
If you go back to the next, previous slide, tell them about the bathrooms, changing the windows there. The bathroom.
Oh, so over on the, what would be the kind of the upper right-hand corner, the previous rendering had shown windows on this outdoor balcony going down to the ground. However, that is where a bathroom is, and those windows would not be appropriate. So they are transom windows rather than full height windows. Again, now that we're in design development, making sure that the windows align correctly with the interior layouts. You can go to the next slide. And I believe this is the last slide.
Okay. Oh, there you go. All right, thank you. Any feedback from the local committee? Don?
Sorry, I'm having trouble with my mute. This did not go back to the local committee. This was approved by the commission back in October of 2020. We asked them to clarify some of the issues about the siding material. There have been some design changes in addition to the exterior material. So we felt it was appropriate to bring this back to the commission today. I do want to point out that I've spoken to Councilman Mooney, and he supports the revised changes to the proposal. I do have a few questions, but I will let you turn it over to the commission for comment.
Okay. We'll open up the floor to the commission for questions or comments. I believe Mr. Strickland was first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder if the architect has a detail showing the transition between the painted brick and the fiber cement board, exactly where that happens and how that transition is accomplished.
I don't have a detail to show you today, but what happens is the brick wraps the corners on the facades, and the brick will be held out proud of the siding, so the brick will then return back to where the siding is. So the brick and the siding would not be kind of in the same plane. And then that way that creates a more natural transition between the two materials.
On the floor plan, can you show us where that transition takes place?
Yeah. Yeah, if you go to the ground floor plan. So let's start on the kind of the bottom right-hand corner of the plan, where you see where that window is. So the brick wraps around that corner to about where that window is, and then the siding would pick up. And then on the upper left-hand corner, we've got a patio there. So the brick wraps that whole section in front of the patio and kind of creates that, you know, defines that mass of that side of the building with the brick itself.
Carl, do you have control of the cursor? Can you drag the cursor to locations as they're being described by the architect?
Yeah, so there's the one location. And then if you go to the upper left-hand corner, that whole entire wall would be brick, and then it would wrap back to the patio wall to kind of complete that brick mass.
All right, does the manufacturer have a defined detail for transition between the fiber cement board and the brick? I know that Hardy has very specific instructions for installation and the keeping of a 1/8-inch gap between any casings and the fiber cement board. Is that,
Yeah, so there's a gap, and then there's also a vertical trim piece as well for any siding to terminate. So you've got kind of a clean break and a good joint between the two materials.
yeah, that was exactly the question, if there was a trim piece to accomplish that transition.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Ms. Bailey, I believe you're next.
I just want to make sure I heard this right. Did you make any changes to the French window?
Which one, Don?
Which one?
I don't know. In your presentation, you made a comment on the French windows.
So actually, this facade's a good one to look at. So at the bottom facade, right in the middle, you'll see those two transom windows.
Right above the balcony.
Yeah, right above the balcony. Those actually a bathroom is on the other side of that wall. So it wasn't appropriate to have windows go all the way down to the ground. So in this case, we've got 2 transom windows. And if you go to the rendering, I think this will really, it illustrates what the condition is really like. So that balcony is actually set back. And then you've got the 2 transom windows that provide natural light into that bathroom. But, you know, like I said, it wouldn't be appropriate to have those windows go all the way down to the ground.
So the colors of the brick, are you trying to match the color of the stucco that we approved originally?
Yeah, it's the same color palette.
And the size of the brick is the standard normal size of a brick?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it possible that you can submit the staff the size of the actual brick size, you know, example?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can get a standard brick.
That's all my question.
Okay. Mr. Pettit, you had your hand up previously. Have your questions been answered?
I still have a couple other questions. Can you explain to me why you're using a painted brick and not a brick that's glazed in white?
You want to take that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a traditional way of doing it, and the developer thought they'd like to, you know, historically, painted brick was pretty popular, and that's what he wanted to do. So instead of picking a white brick, we opted for the painted brick. That came from Andrew.
Okay.
We gave him both options. We showed him both options, and he preferred the painted.
So was it an aesthetic choice?
That's what it sounds like to me, because we
Okay.
gave him both options.
And painting that brick that you showed previously, the Glengarry brick, doesn't create any maintenance issues?
Well, any painted surface, you know, you have to repaint
Okay.
over a period of time. We typically specify Sherwin-Williams, and they do make a paint to paint over brick.
Okay, thank you. My only other questions, I just want to confirm that nothing else has changed in terms of our approval last time. Are you still using aluminum clad wood windows with
Yes.
exterior muntins on the 2 main elevations?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Have you explored widening the driveway or expanding the easement with the neighbor yet?
We have not.
No, we haven't. I'm
Okay.
guessing Andrew has been talking to him. Andrew would be on the call. He wasn't able to get on the call. He called me just before the meeting, and I don't know why, but he's in the midst of getting his COVID shot.
Good,
And he
good for
wasn't
him.
going to give up his time. So I guess I understand that.
And we're still adding the 4 oak trees that were approved last time, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a comment? I didn't hear that the brick was going to be painted. Thanks for clarifying that, Dom. I understand that there's a cost related. Have you explored looking at obtaining the brick? It may not necessarily be clay brick. Have you looked at looking at getting a brick that can be a color that can match?
Yeah, we actually showed both examples to the developer, and the developer, because of aesthetics, picked the painted brick. We showed both.
So, do you know that the will be guaranteed in the future as the paint peels off that it's going to be maintained, that's going to be painted? Because I really love the color scheme that's on this, project. So how would you guarantee, like in the future, that this color brick is going to be painted as time go by?
Where there's always an association and maintenance is a part of the association. I can tell you, I live right down the street and I have a brick house that's not painted, but I still have to paint my house, all the trim, and all the siding that I have on my house. So maintenance for any material has to be maintained. And I would believe the association, especially for what they're paying for these units, would maintain the outside of the building.
Any other questions, Ms. Bailey, or have they answered your questions?
That's it. I just want to know, have they looked at the options of getting a permanent brick that's going to maintain, stay that color forever? But all right, that's it.
Mr. Strickland, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify with David that based on the color palette that you presented, it looks like the brick substrate is a white color. So you're just painting over a white color brick, is that correct?
Well, it hasn't been determined what the substrate is, although we know that it will be a white painted brick. And, the materials that we were showing, just to kind of give you an idea of the color, what it'll probably look like. What that actual substrate is, we haven't gotten that far yet.
Well, I would suggest that you tend towards a buff color or white colored brick.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a lighter color brick. It's not going to be we're not going to paint over a deep red brick.
And we also have to work with the brick manufacturer because not all bricks are made to paint.
Right. Good point. All right. Well, I'll just add my comment that I think that it's a tremendous improvement for the project to go
Thank you.
to a brick envelope as opposed to the stucco, both for the longevity and the aesthetics and the ease of maintenance for the structure over the long term. So I think it's a tremendous improvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would just echo that. I mean, I think from the concerns that were expressed during the local design review and at this commission was really the longevity and the appropriateness of an ephes versus a traditional stucco or a brick. So I commend you for making the decision to go to a real brick material. And I think the painted brick is actually more fitting for this area based on it's adjacent neighbors. So I really appreciate the thought and the time that making this revision.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the commission? All right, would someone like to put forward a motion? Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the project as presented. With
Thank you. Do we have a second?
the submission of a brick sample staff selected.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion? No? All right, Mr. Pettit, could you please call roll and announce the results?
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchio,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Much. And Don, what we'll do is we'll bring you a sample of the brick substrate, and we'll also bring you a sample of the painted brick. So that same substrate painted with the Sherwin-Williams product so you can see both.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all your time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We'll move on to our second applicant on Stagner House at 3208 Carroll Avenue, renovation and restoration. The applicant, please use the raised hand function. Open your mic and tell us about your project.
Good morning. This is a little house that was built right after the Civil War on Carroll Avenue. It has had a couple of additions to it, mostly in the recent past. In this aerial photograph, you can see that the back end of the house, the top of the outlined area, you can see these flat roofs that are lightweight sheds that have completely filled the backyard. And on the front, there is a porch that was added maybe sometime in the 1970s or 80s. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Here you have the view of the front of the house. That porch does not show up in pictures from the 70s. So, you know, it's newer than that, and it's not very well built, and it's starting to fall apart or rot. You'll also see that there's a little brick wall at the sidewalk line. The front yard is actually covered with concrete, and there's that metal cyclone fence right at the front. All of that we would like to return to earth and plantings, and to extend the ornamental metal fence that surrounds the parking lot directly next door to this across the front of this yard. You'll also see that the upper gable of this house has a bowed out section that's covered with asphalt shingles that have been painted. And those asphalt shingles weren't in very good shape when they painted them, and the paint has caused them to wrinkle a little bit. The window right beneath that is a very inexpensive sliding window that is not original to the house. And then down below that, there's one window that has been replaced that seems to be the original size, and then a French door that must have been put in when the porch went on. Maybe we could go to the next slide. Here is a picture of the double or quadruple house that was next to it in the 1970s that had burned. But at the far right, at far left edge of the picture, you can see the Stagner house with the one remaining window that is on the first floor there. It's pretty much still there. And then the cementous siding that was put on, and then this asphalt thing up on, asphalt shingle covered thing at the top edge. We could keep on going, please. There's a picture of the same thing from the other side showing that there is no porch on it in the 1970s. Next. Here's a little bit closer. You can see how a little bit about how the porch is built. And if we go to the next slide, I think there's more details about how this porch is constructed. If it was constructed better, I think we would want to put money into it and try to fix it. But it doesn't have the structure of a traditional porch on a house of this era, and it's falling apart. You can see that the valances, the beams are covered in vertical boards or plywood probably, and that if we keep on going on these slides, that there's no real detail on the sides of it. And if you can, it's just kind of it's not a very good example of a porch, and you can see that it's cheaply built and it's falling apart, and the floorboards are starting to rot out. So putting money into this thing, it seems like we would want to completely rebuild it if we were going to do that, and it doesn't seem worth it. Anyway, there's a couple of pictures of the sheds at the back of the house. Those trees were all sort of bent by that snowstorm in December, so they don't look like that anymore, but you can see where the sheds were added on. Now our proposal is to extend the gable roof over that first section of shed and take that second section at the right of this picture with the vertical siding to remove that completely and recreate the backyard. And here's the picture of the shed from the other side. You can see that you cannot even get into the backyard. The shed just takes up the entire backyard, and there's no access to the little triangular sliver of land between that greenhouse in the back and the shed that was added on. These windows all have been replaced, and they're replaced with a pretty energy efficient, it looks like a vinyl or aluminum window. They're double hungs, but our plan is not to replace these newer windows on the side of the house, but to live with them and then work on the front of the house and re-side the house. We can go on to the next picture. Or actually, these are the drawings. This plan shows the changes that we're planning to or proposing to make with the removal of the sheds in back, the reorganization of the plan inside with new bathrooms and kitchens, making the house a lot more functional. Unfortunately, this house was flipped a couple of years ago, and they didn't correct any of the problems with it. So we'll be reworking the ductwork and electrical and all of that, and plumbing. So anyway, we can keep on going. Here you can see that our proposal is to remove that bulging thing covered with the asphalt shingles on the front gable. That probably dates from sometime in the 19th century. It was probably covered in cedar shingles originally, and we probably will find those when we remove it, but it wasn't original to the house, nor does it allow an egress window from the second floor bedroom. And so in order to correct the code compliance issues and to deal with this non-original feature, we propose to remove it and to replace it with ordinary lap siding and a fascia board that we would suspect is the original condition, although that we could discover something else underneath that if we tear it all apart. Our plan is not to remove that cementitious siding because of the content, the asbestos content, but to clad the building or to encapsulate all of that underneath a new layer of hardy siding. So you can see on the front elevation at the upper left-hand corner, the proposed new double window at the top and the replacement of that French door with a window that would match the window next to it. Now, I think all four of these windows end up being new windows, and they would be an aluminum clad wooden window that would have, well, it doesn't have any mutton bars. So the rear elevation right below that, you can see that we've proposed extending that gable and then adding a big window facing north that would overlook the kitchen sink. And you can see at the upper right and the lower left, the extension of that gable in place of the flat roofed shed addition. We can keep on going, I guess. Yeah, and I don't know if there are any more images that are meaningful to you all or not. No. So there you go. That's what we propose. Now, there is a little bit of a issue that's up in the air. The front door of this house has been replaced. It's a like a therma-tru or something like that in kind of an arts and craft design. You can see it pictured there at the side. That's probably not what the house had originally, but it's brand new or relatively new, and our plan would be to leave it. And I think sometime in the 50s or 60s, they put a little concrete stoop in place of whatever wooden stoop the house might have had and added a metal hand railing and a metal post at the corner. And our plan is to work around those and leave those until later. It really probably should be a wooden post and a wooden railing, but the metal one seemed like it worked for now and you know, saved us a little bit of money for the time being. As you can imagine, it's kind of expensive to buy a house that's flipped and then to contemplate redoing it like this. So that's one of the reasons we're not putting that porch back on, even though the owner would like it, and why we're leaving this front porch column and railing alone for now.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Feedback from the local committee.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee or the commission. This is Donna Fergonis with Ohio City Incorporated and Tremont West Development Corporation, the Director of Neighborhood Development. So feedback from the local committee was pretty straightforward. They all approved it unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll open up the floor then for the commission for questions and comments. Who would like us to start us off? I do not see any hand. Oh, Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comment simply would be that I commend the applicant and the architect for this, I'm going to say, ambitious project to restore this house. And it's going to be just a wonderful addition along Carroll Avenue. Thank you.
Ms. Bailey?
Hi, I commend the same thing with Mr. Strickland mentioned, but I do have a question on the east elevation as far as function based on what was happening on the existing condition. I just want to know what's happening on the transition based on the odd function on the transition from the roof, seeing that strange looking gutter. Where you see the on the east elevation, where it's the white part and the shaded part. What's happening where it drops from the top? Is it doing the same thing as it existing? I can't enlarge on my computer. Carl, could you enlarge so I could just see what's going on right at that tip, right where it drops? If you can enlarge, I just need the architect just to show what's going on, because I saw from the photograph, it just looking gutter right at the top where it's the pitch.
I don't have that ability to zoom in.
Oh, okay.
Well, I might be able to speak to that. Our plan is to continue the slope of that roof straight across. Now, we might see the transition between the old and the new roof, but it should be coplanar. And if it takes a little shimming or something to get that to look smooth, we'll try to do that. Then the freeze board and the soffit and the gutter board will all just go straight across there. It might look like there's a division in this drawing, but that's more an indication of what is new and what is old than it is an intention for it to be a visible break there. This a little bit, it goes against, proper historic preservation theory, because we would ideally want to make an addition removable if we wanted to in the future. I'm not sure that the quality of this building rises to the stature that we need to follow that piece of the Secretary standards, but I think it'll be a better addition if we just blend that roof line together at that point.
Ms. Bailey, you're muted.
I don't have any issue with it. I was just curious. You're not doing the same function as with the existing. Carl, could you go to the photo of that same thing? Right there. You're not, it's doing the same thing as that. Is that what it's doing?
Yeah, more or less, except it won't slope down like that shed roof does. It'll just go straight across. And
Okay.
we'll get rid of both of these sheds.
Okay, and that little short gutter right there, they're still gonna do that?
The little one and the one that's at the far right of the picture goes away completely. But the storm drain in the ground is located where that downspout is
That downspout.
that's further on. So we're leaving that downspout in the middle, which we might not do if we were doing this from scratch. And so it'll have a gutter that goes all the way across that eave and then a downspout right in the middle. But this one to the right-hand side will completely go away.
Yeah, no, I don't have any issue with that. I was just, as far as appearance, right? You know, just make it look better. That's all.
I hope it will make it look better. Yes.
I know you're doing the best you can with that. That's all.
Other questions or comments from commission members? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this will be a huge improvement to that block because of the way the house is situated there. You know, it really stands out. And, you know, between the painted asphalt and the inappropriate windows and the rickety porch, this will be a complete turnaround to the whole look of the street, I think, even though this is a modest little house. So it's nice to see that finally, after all these years, I think it's been through a foreclosure and some really slapdash rehab. It's finally nice to see somebody giving it some love.
I don't see anyone else with their hands up at this time, so I guess my only question, I apologize if I missed it, what color are you painting? The windows will maintain the white color, correct? Because you're matching the existing replacement windows, but what are your proposed paint colors for the?
You're going to get tired of hearing me say this, but we're going to have to come back to you for color approval. It will be some sort of pre-finished hardy color. So it's going to be a siding color, and it will probably have white trim so that the windows blend, and white gutters. You know, I don't think we're really pushing the envelope here in terms of color, if you know what I mean.
Sure, sure. And your new roofing material, will that match the existing?
Correct. The roof is new enough that I think we can match it with the same shingle and continue that gable that we've added.
Okay,
Without replacing the whole thing.
excellent.
So it's
just-
a kind of a gray.
Okay, perfect. Other questions or comments from the commission, or would someone like to put forward a motion?
Can I ask a comment before a motion?
Sure.
This is for the commission. Can the color go to staff, or do the commission wants the color? Like, can the motion be that the color go to the staff, or do it needs to go to the commission?
I would recommend submitting the paint color and for the field and the trim to the staff. Unless someone has a strong feeling that they really would like to see it come back.
All right, I make the motion.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Oh,
Go.
go ahead. Sorry. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
The motion is to approve the presentation. The motion is the presentation approved as presented, that the color goes to staff.
Okay, that's what I was going to say, but I had already said second. So, Ms. Anderson, do you second that with the condition?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Anderson, I couldn't hear you. Do you still
Yes,
second that motion?
Yes, I do second the motion.
Thank you. Got a little ahead of myself on that one. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Mr. Pettit, please call the roll and announce yourself.
Miss Anderson,
Yes.
Miss Bailey,
Yeah.
Mr. Colicchia,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik.
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome back. Ms. Trott,
Yes.
the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. We look forward to seeing this renovation move forward.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our third applicant, I'm just going to say located at 4010 Clinton Avenue, renovation, restoration, siding, and window replacement. Terraris House.
Andy Treras is the owner. He and I've been working on the renovation of this house. It's located on Clinton Avenue. It backs up to Wheat Court. It's been vacant for a couple of years now, and we're not changing the footprint of this house, or we're not proposing to change the footprint, but we are proposing to remove some later additions. And if we could go to the next slide, please. Here is the front of the house, and you can see this big tree stump right in the front. That has changed the shape of both the stoop that's right next to it and the porch that's behind it. And the whole thing is not in very good condition. If we could keep on going on this slides, please. This is one of the unique architectural features of the house, and that's about all there is to it. It's a board that has a curved cut in it and a couple of drilled holes. And those things occur in two places. Here, we can go on. This is the concrete covered, probably brick stoop that was put on at some point with the tree stump at the right. We can keep going. Here we have a picture of the underside of the roof of the porch, and you can see that there is no lintel or architrave or beam or valance. It's just 2x4s with the rafters sitting on top of them. Now, it does look like there might be old rafters there, but not all of them. And the sheathing has been replaced with the oriented strand board, and the underside has all been replaced with a vinyl soffit material. This house was worked on sometime in maybe the early 20th century, and we think that's when the porch was originally constructed, although that porch is gone and this porch, the replacement, is in its place. And we believe that this is when this window was put in as well, which wouldn't have been original to the house. You can also see that porch floor is plywood and it's starting to rot away. It's kind of very much similar to the last porch we looked at. Here's a photograph of the rear of the house, and you can see that the old windows had a vertical muntin bar in them. Other than that, there's not much to say about this. The house has a wooden lap siding on it that we want to repair. Here is a basement staircase that was added maybe around the early 20th century, just like that front porch. And then it was covered over with this shed kind of thing. We want to take this piece off, and we'll be getting rid of that aluminum awning as well. There it is from the front. And so that piece comes off completely, and we would remove the concrete foundation and steps and everything at that point. Here's the other side of the house from the back. You can see that there's a little bay window that has windows facing forward and backward to let a little bit of light into the dining room. And here we have the proposed front and rear elevations. On the left, you can see that we've proposed replacing the windows with ones with a center muntin bar. On the upper window, you can see that we've left in place or restored the casings or frame of that window that has this filigree cutout of the scrollwork and then a heavy drip cap on top of it. We would propose to remove that triple double hung, well, to remove the porch roof and to remove the triple double hung and replace it with two tall windows with window frames or casings and drip caps that take the shape of the historic one above, but don't add the ornamental filigree, since that is an element. Those two windows are conjectural, although we probably could produce evidence that similar houses had windows like that. We don't know for sure. And unless we find something when we remove the porch and take out that lower window, we don't know exactly what was underneath there. The other aspect of this is the roof that was over the front door vestibule is kind of a mess and doesn't line up with the existing porch roof. So we would be proposing to straighten that out. And that's shown at the far left-hand side of this drawing. That door, though, is original, and we would be restoring that. On the right hand of this drawing, you see the rear elevation, which we're proposing to overhaul in a more drastic way. We had been able to salvage 4 fluted cypress columns with Temple of the Winds capitals from an old house in Hunting Valley that belonged to the governor of Ohio's son, Parmalee Herrick. And these are really nice. These columns are in really nice condition, and they're about the right height for us to use, and they came to us free of charge. So our plan is to use them to support a shallow roof a shallow porch that would cover over the staircase coming up to that French door, and a little place for a couple of chairs. We'd also be reorganizing the windows upstairs and downstairs. We could go on to the next and keep on going. So, we're going to take this house down to the studs on the inside so that we can rewire, put new mechanicals in, re-insulate, and reconfigure it into a more modern floor plan. So, we have the front parlor that pretty much stays with its new windows, the dining room, which we're taking a center partition out and adding a staircase into that sort of bay on the side there. And then in the rear of the house, we're removing the staircase that's back there now and putting in a kitchen and family room along with a powder room. And then upstairs, we're consolidating bedrooms and redoing bathrooms. So we're removing a number of the windows on the sides. The house was kind of set up as a sort of a rooming house with a hallway down the middle and just a bunch of little rooms. And that doesn't really work for today. And there were, these new windows and that each one of them costs money, and we just don't need windows looking straight into the next door neighbor's sidewall. But we think that each of the rooms that we've created has sufficient windows, and windows that have a better view than the windows that we're removing. But our plan is to maintain the siding and just patch in where we remove these windows. So a little bit more on the windows. All of the windows we propose to replace, and we would replace them with the aluminum-clad wooden windows. In the case of the front and rear elevations, we would be using a center mutton bar like we found on the back elevation. And otherwise, the windows, where they fit into frames that already exist, we would be using a replacement window. Whereas where we're putting a new window in, we would be using a new window with casings and frames. In addition to those 4 columns that we salvaged, there was a bowed window that seemed like such a special architectural element that we shouldn't let it get put in the dumpster. So we proposed to put that bowed window in the side of the house, not on the primary elevation, but off the kitchen, so that we have a little countertop against the wall where you could sit and look out this bowed window. And that shows on the lower right-hand elevation where that basement stair and shed thing was. And you might be able to see that a little bit better in the floor plan where that window goes, but it won't be highly visible from the front of from the sidewalk. And we thought it was a discrete location for that kind of thing. You'll also notice that here's a better drawing of those columns, and we have aligned the architrave, which is that part of the lower part of the entablature, which is the beam that goes between columns. We've aligned the face of that with the neck of the column. And this is I think a critical detail when using traditional columns and traditional pieces, that those two things aligned. And I noticed that in the first project that all of those architraves or entablatures were overhanging the abacus of the classical column. And that just seems to me that that's an easy thing for, we run into this in Gates Mills all the time where people are putting the columns in underneath the entablature, but they really belong in line with the entablature so that the neck of the column and the entablature are vertically aligned and the column doesn't sit in underneath the entablature. Anyway, this I think is the proper alignment of those two things. And when you do it the other way, it just looks a little illiterate, that's all. And I'm hoping that when they finally prepare those construction documents, they catch that and correct their alignment. Anyway, I don't know that I have much else to say about this. We're also using the interior doors out of that house, just for your information, doesn't really affect the architecture.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought I had said that, but I apologize for letting the silence go. But yes, I'm through with my presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Grigonis, do you have feedback from the local committee for us?
Hi, yes. Good morning again. So the local committee did vote unanimously in favor of this project, but they did have some discussion about the fact that there would be two front facades on the building. Technically, they thought it was, I believe, interesting. And so there was some discussion around that. That was interesting, and really voted yes unanimously, and they liked it. So that's the feedback. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Questions or comments? We'll open the floor to the commission. Questions or comments from the commission? Mr. Strickland?
I just have a question about the mutton bars that are proposed for the windows. Are those going to be surface applied architectural muttons as opposed to between the panes?
Absolutely. We would be using a simulated divided light with the muttons attached to the inside and the outside of the glass.
Very good. Thank you very much. This, again, is a tremendous project, and it's going to be a wonderful addition along Clinton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from commission members? Ms. Bailey?
Yes, again, same here. I really like how you just enhance the architecture of the structure. Now, the one area that you show in your presentation that you said that was the staircase, what did you do in this new concept? Did you just got rid of it? What did you do to it in the new structure?
I don't know why our elevations don't show the door that's at the landing of that staircase, but if we were looking at that, I think it's the east side elevation, there's actually a door that's covered over with siding. So you can't, I mean, it blended in. They removed it a long time ago, but that door was at the halfway level, and you would come up a exterior staircase to get to the second floor of this house and go in through a door in the middle of that facade there. That staircase is in the back end of this house, and it's a scissor stair, so it's perpendicular to the length of the house. You go up halfway, there's a landing. There would have been a door at the landing that went outside and then down a staircase down the side of the house and then up the rest of the way. And it was just that scissor stair in the back of this house. Didn't seem original to the house, although it might have been, but it's steep and it's in the way of creating that sort of more modern living area that people like, where your kitchen and your living space and your backyard is all kind of associated with itself. So we moved the staircase up to the, what would have been probably the part of the entrance hall or the front part, the rear parlor of the house, and put it in that part that has the angled corners. Now, I think that might have been the original location of the original staircase, but I don't know that for sure. And until we start taking apart, we won't find the framing that confirms that guess.
Now, I really like that concept of you reusing the porch, the columns. Is there any reason why you didn't want to put railings in between?
Well, it's not so far up off of the ground that it requires railings. And it just seemed like additional expense and unnecessary in terms of code compliance. Although it may be that once we get the porch up and really start doing the rear yard landscaping, that it seems like we might need railings, in which case I guess we would come back to you and get approval for the design.
Now, do you have a small little skylight on the roof?
Yes, that's in the laundry room. And we thought that was a little bit more efficient way of getting light into that room without having to position the window away from the washing machine and taking up wall space.
And it's real small. Am I looking at it on this elevation right now, that small little window?
Yes, it's about probably 16 inches wide by about 40 inches high.
Okay, so it's real small. So I like that made it real small. Okay, so that is a skylight. I had to zoom in and saw the word skylight up there. So I agree also on this project that any color you have, you can submit that to staff as well. So good job on this project as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the commission? Well, I don't see any other hands, so I echo the comments that have been made. I think this is a very sensitive restoration and appreciate, your attention to the detail. I like the two facades, I like that you've spent as much attention on the back facade as you did the front, which is, not thought of often as, important as that is.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the commission, or would someone like to put forward a motion?
I'll make a motion. The motion is to accept the project as presented, with the colors being shown to staff for approval.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
This is Alan, I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchio,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. We look forward to this restoration also.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next applicant, located at 1828 Fulton Road, renovation and new construction of an apartment building.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Wesley Harper with Horton Harper Architects. I'm joined by James Asimis from Local Development Partners, and we're here to go over the revised scheme that was produced for Fulton House. Last month or earlier this month, we presented to this committee a 5-story scheme, and we got some additional feedback, and there was a thought of presenting a 4-story scheme, basically lopping a floor off the top and seeing what the results were. So this presentation is to reveal that to you. We did present this to the Ohio City Design Review Committee. It was predictably rebuffed there. And so, but we still wanted to come to you and see what your thoughts were. So with that, go to the next slide. As we discussed last, Fulton House is at the corner of Woodbine Avenue and Fulton Road in Ohio City. West 31st Place hits Woodbine just to the west of the existing structure, which you see here. I'll go through this very quickly. But here you see at the top the view from Fulton and Woodbine. You can see the existing retail space facing Fulton, and then a warehouse structure towards the rear. Next. We have some historical imagery of this existing complex. It hasn't changed too much over the years. You can see that it's always been a storefront use facing Fulton. There's been varying alterations over the years of the storefront. And so what that has done is changed where the entrance is relative to the parapet on that Fulton facade. Next. The existing context is rather eclectic here on Fulton. We are just to the north of Fulton and Bridge, which is of course kind of a mini commercial district. And then surrounding us are a variety of single and family structures, and then a couple apartment buildings of smaller scale peppered in. Down at the bottom left, you see the storefront facing Fulton, and then the homes to the east in both of the lower photos. Next. Here at the top, we're looking west down Woodbine and the current condition of the sidewalk and the street itself. And then at the bottom left, you see the West 31st Place and Woodbine. This view really wouldn't change much in the new proposal. And then at the bottom right, you see the view looking south on West 31st Place towards Woodbine. Next. Top photo looking south on Fulton, and then at bottom left, looking further north on West 31st Place, and then a little step back a little bit at the bottom right on West 31st Place. Next. As we know, Ohio City has a couple of small commercial districts off of West 25th Street, and those are populated by a variety of structures in height, material, proportion, and use. So at the upper left, we have Fulton and Bridge, which is of our site, St. Ignatius, and then the Franklin Circle Church to the north, the Guernsey Building, and then the Dexter is kind of to our right in that bottom right image. Next. Two of the structures that we've talked about in these presentations that are now larger in scale than the proposed building are the West Side Community House at the upper right at 3rd Bridge, and the West Virginia Building at 28th and Bridge. And so the committee asked us to produce a couple additional diagrams to explain the adjacencies to structures in the neighborhood. And so here we have a list of those larger structures. We have the West Side Community House, which as the crow flies is 350 feet away. The West Virginia Building, just under 1,000. And then, you know, the much scale St. Patrick's Church and related structure to the west. And then Franklin Circle is just under 1,000 feet as well to the north. Next. So here we have the existing site plan. We have the existing one-story structure. Along Fulton is, of course, the retail, and then the warehouse structure is kind of the larger piece here facing Woodbine and 31st. Next. So our new site plan responded to a couple of the pieces of feedback we got from the community the last time around. We did, in fact, remove the cut-in parking spaces along Woodbine. And what this does is maintain the large sidewalk width along Woodbine, promoting a more pedestrian scale and engaging there the face of the building. We've also, in terms of the building mass, to maintain an economically feasible project, and the darker shaded area of the three-story addition atop the existing, we pushed that 10 feet to the west or to the east. And so what that did was give us obviously a smaller setback relative to Fulton, which from the feedback we've gotten was an appropriate way forward. It also shrunk the public space at that corner of Woodbine and Fulton. We then added some additional hardscape and street tree project. We also eliminated the balconies that would be overlooking the neighbors to the north. Other than that, the footprint has stayed the same. Our square footage has went down roughly 3,000 square feet, and we're now down to 18 apartments from 20. And we did eliminate one parking space in order to add more retail, which kind of wraps the patio space that's defined at Fulton and Woodbine. Next. Here we have the plan of the first floor. You can see we have retail really defining that Fulton facade, of course, and then Woodbine as well. And so really what happened to the previous scheme was the lobby was moved from the southeast corner to the area in between the egress stairs. Previously, this was a micro retail space that we were considering, but with some reconfiguring and taking another look at the overall project, we thought it was appropriate to trade that one parking spot for local retail. Next. And so we'll just go back very quickly, relationship to the West Side Community House and West Virginia building in floor plan, or actually in site plan, they're very similar in footprint. Next. In height, we're now at roughly 49 and a half feet for Fulton House at left. Then the West Side Community House is at 54, and the West Virginia building is at 62 feet to the top of the ridge. Next. And so here you have an axonometric view showing the more squat Fulton House structure relative to the West Side Community House and West Virginia building. So here we have a revised rendering looking west from Fulton. We have a slightly modified material palette in terms of the color. Since this building has now become more squat and horizontal, we thought that the relationship between the addition and the existing one-story structure more integrated from a massing perspective. And so we wanted those two elements to be a similar color. And so, but with that, we wanted to contrast that, that palette with trim and rail detail and window frame and storefront material to be more of a medium bronze. And so we think that, in some ways responds to some of the context in terms of obviously much of the window treatments in the neighborhood. You have a vertically oriented, a vertically thought out window with a wood trim with a contrasting color. We'd say this is it's slim, but it is still defined each window opening and its vertical orientation. Next. Here we're kind of rotating clockwise around. So here we're looking, you can see Woodbine coming at us from the left. Start to get a feeling for that outdoor space relative to the corner of the street trees and seeing how the color palette kind of. Next. Here we have a view towards the south. We spent some extra time to actually model the existing context around. And so here you can see how it's visually integrating with the context to the north. Next. And here's a view from Woodbine. You can see the difference in the storefront treatment and the lobby now being in the middle of the structure on the first floor, and then the retail being at the corner. You also start to sense the palette and how it's affecting railing, patios, and the trim around the windows on this longer facade. Next. Here's a view of that small outdoor space at the corner. It is a smaller space than the previous plan, but we think it still has the opportunity to be a very useful, active outdoor space that is very welcoming to pedestrians, and depending on the retail tenant at the corner, it could be used for cafe seating, or really just an area for people to congregate. I would let James maybe weigh in on the conversations with the Ohio City Brew Stop, but the development team is in talks to maintain them in one of these retail spaces. So if anybody has any questions or specific questions about that conversation, James can speak in more detail. But I think this outdoor space has the opportunity to really be something very interesting, and very intimate. Integrating some sort of signage into this could visually activate it as well. So this is the type of scale that intrigues us, and we think this has a lot of opportunity to be something special. Next. Here's a view looking south on West 31st Place. You can see the relocated garage door to West 31st Place. We angled that portion of the facade to give a little bit more breathing room to pedestrian engagement there. But then it's just an extension of the palette as it was obviously around the rest of the project. Next. Here's south on Fulton along the renovated storefront. You can start to also get a sense of the hardscape characteristics that we're adding here, the additional street trees, and really trying to make this a pedestrian-friendly area. There was just a big project on Fulton, so the large growth trees have been, and so this is our contribution to regreening this portion of Fulton. Next. The eastern sidewalk of Fulton, kind of getting the view of that corner house. I think it's a double at the southwest corner of Fulton and Woodbine. To get an understanding of the breadth of what we're proposing. Next. Here's the revised material palette. If there's any specific questions about this, we can refer back to this. Next. The committee and staff asked us to produce some elevations of the Fulton context. So above, or the top here, we have basically the context from kind of mid-block on all the way to the Carnegie Library to the south. And so, not that the church is directly on Fulton, it is a significant portion of the context. And obviously, we're not looking to compare ourselves to a beautiful historic church. But there are some larger structures to contend with here. In the middle, we have the context from Fulton House to the north to Franklin Circle Church. Obviously, this is a mix of single families and doubles, and then some townhomes a bit further north, Franklin Circle Church, and then Dexter at Franklin Circle. Below, finally, we have at center Fulton House, and then to the east and west looking along Woodbine, then kind of cutting a section through to Bridge, showing that West Side Community House in the distance and its relationship to that, at least in elevation. Obviously, this isn't ever going to be someone's experience at street level, but we thought it was an interesting diagram. Next. Exterior elevation, we get into much detail here, but they're here to represent the height that is newly proposed. So with that, I will say that this is a very interesting project to us. We think it appropriately a robust enough neighborhood to accept some different types of architecture and some different scales of construction. And so with that, I turn it over to the committee for comments.
And Wes, I just wanted to jump in there as well to reiterate that we're working with Brewstop to keep them in business at this location and keeping them as part of this project. And in addition to that, we're working with city planning to figure out how to best address the parking availability for the businesses here, both retail spaces. So with that, look forward to hearing feedback and questions from the committee.
Excellent, thank you. Ms. Grigonis, do you have feedback from the local committee?
Good morning. Of course, I have feedback from the local committee. So good morning again, Madam Chair and members of the committee. The local design review committee voted no unanimously. So 4 of the 6 local committee members voted no, 1 abstained, and another was not present, to give you the full scope. So there were many changes made to the proposed development from the design team in response to initial feedback from Corbinize and prior conceptual review suggestions. And I will let my colleague talk about the Corbinize feedback, but I'll finish the committee members' comments. So some of the committee members supported increased density, but have mixed feelings because of the community feedback. And public commentators said that parking is an issue already in the neighborhood. A parking study was recommended to the design team from the committee. Additionally, committee members stated that many things about the project have redeeming qualities, but the height was still too tall and that the massing does not fit in the neighborhood. The site currently has a 35-foot height limit as zoned, and the committee believes that this design is still too tall. Brick was suggested to assist the design fit into the neighborhood, as well as potentially pushing the 4th story back to minimize the impact of the height, stating that it might be easier to accept a 4th story if the footprint was not the same as the 2 below. So meaning that if it were set back to help reduce the overall massing of the proposed development, they might be amenable, but that wasn't clear. And then many community members that were in attendance of the local design review meeting mostly commented on parking and height, stating that there was not enough parking in the district and that this would affect businesses nearby adversely and that the building was too tall. The neighbor was directly concerned about their lack of sunlight that they would have. And then some were happy about the removal of the exterior parking on the site along Woodbine, but would like to see the city explore parking meters to aid with the parking issues. And again, many people had concerns about the height of the project. So that's the general consensus from the local committee. So thank you. And then I know Ashley wanted to speak about the Corbinize feedback.
Good morning. Thank you. Ashley Shaw, Chief Operating Officer for Ohio City Incorporated. We shared all of the feedback that's been collected on Corbinize yesterday afternoon with Landmark staff to be passed on to the commission. There were 87 new comments since the last Landmark's presentation. The common themes around that feedback were the height in parking. And I'd say the height discussion on co-urbanized was kind of mixed between people that felt the 4 stories was much more appropriate and they were comfortable with that, and people that still felt it was too tall. There is concern about the number of parking spaces proposed is shared on co-urbanize. People shared that they had concerns about pedestrian safety and wanted to make sure that the developers were thinking about pedestrian safety along 31st, as well as the Fulton and Woodbine intersection in thinking about the design of this. And then they continue to share that it's very important to maintain pedestrian access during construction. Some changes from the last presentation that responded to the community feedback. They took off the balconies that faced the neighbors. That was a concern. They removed a floor and shortened the height. One of our big concerns as an organization was cutting away the sidewalk for on-street parking. We don't want that to be a precedent that's set in Ohio City. We really think it's important to maintain the public right of way for pedestrians and for people. And so the developers have responded and are moving the on-street parking to the existing curb line and making streetscape improvements like Wesley shared with the street trees and seating and some other improvements there. And I believe that's it for the community feedback for this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pettit, do you have some additional comments that you'd like to make?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to report on the extensive emails that the commission staff has received in the last couple of weeks since the last meeting. We have received emails from the following people expressing concerns or objections to the project. Mike Musson, Karen Desatel, Ashley Tassef, Priscilla Rocha, Robert Connect Schmidt, Julie Rittenhouse, Anna Ackland, Natalie Rich, Allison Swift, Brant Miller, John Nosek, and Leon Stevens, Damon Tassef, Denise Connect, as well as Rick Werner. We also received letters of support for the project from Bob Bigar, Gideon Hart, James Shoemaker, and John Freitas. All of these have been shared with the commission. They will be added to the record. We asked to limit the public input at today's meeting to those who haven't spoken already or who have submitted extensive emails. We got a few of these this morning, but all of them will be shared with the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moss, do you have feedback from the Planning Commission or Planning Department?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to provide some background on the planning activities we have surrounding this project with the understanding that that might help inform the commission members in their decision today. And also I could be happy to answer any questions about them as well. Just so you're all aware, Fulton Road was recently rebuilt with as a Mayor's Office of Capital Projects project. This section of Fulton was completed last year. And overall, the north and south sections of Fulton was a multi-million-dollar project. So there's been some capital investment already onto this street. Similarly, we're working with the Local Development Corporation, Ohio City Incorporated, our Traffic Engineering Department, the Mayor's Office of Capital Projects, Councilman McCormick, and other city departments on planning a roughly $20 million renovation of Lorraine to incorporate a cycle track and do some really comprehensive streetscape work on that street. And then thirdly, we're working with the Regional Transit Authority, the City of Cleveland Office of Capital Projects, Traffic Engineering, and the Development Corporation as well on assessing a bus rapid transit reconfiguration of West 25th Street. That plan is currently wrapping up and should be presented to the City Planning Commission later this spring or early summer. And in addition to that, that will incorporate the planning work that we've been doing to reimagine Irishtown Bend as a public space. And so all this is, I think, relevant and important to the commission understanding how projects like this fit into the planning initiatives we have going on, the long-term planning we are trying to do, not just for the Ohio City community, but pretty much the entire near west side of the city, with the goal of trying to incorporate and accommodate and encourage transportation by means other than a single occupancy vehicle. The car has really transformed this cities like Cleveland since the 1970s. What jumped up to me previously in this meeting during the presentation for the Cower home was the duplex that was shown next to that house that was torn down for parking. And that's been something we've seen happen in neighborhoods like Ohio City since the 70s. Buildings have been torn down and replaced with parking lots. And one thing we need to, I think we need to be aware of, and one thing we are trying to plan for at the Planning Commission, is how we can support the planned infrastructure and right-of-way and public space changes that we want and think are good and are also desired by the community. How can those be supported with a population that can support those not only financially, but from a user perspective? So these are projects like this, I think, play a role in supporting that infrastructure and that investment, and looking for creative ways in which we can add the necessary density to support transit, to support the capital investment and the tax revenue needed to fund these projects and to keep providing services for the city. And then also to support local businesses. The other thing I want to mention is the Development Corporation a few years ago commissioned a retail study that highlighted how much the local businesses in this area depend upon outside customers, people from outside the neighborhood, to come in and patronize these businesses. And that's something that I think the city is very welcome to. We of course welcome anyone who's willing to come in and patronize local businesses. But as the COVID-19 pandemic has also highlighted, that can be a real liability for a lot of local businesses when we don't have the population and the income to support a lot of the great amenities we have in neighborhoods like Ohio City. And so looking at ways in which we can incorporate density in a way that supports not only the local businesses, but also the infrastructure that we're trying to implement and fund and invest and maintain to build a city that is more sustainable, more equitable, and healthier is a real challenge. And a lot of times I think it's incumbent upon us as a city to figure out how these projects can fit in and add density in a way that is appropriate for our historic districts. And so I think from a planning perspective, a project like this that's adding density to an existing structure on an existing corridor that the city has invested in and is continuing to invest in has a lot of merits. And whether that can be done in a way that is appropriate to the historic district is really up to you all. But I wanted to share that perspective and offer my ability to answer any questions about those efforts if the commission has them. Thank you.
Thank you. I think at this time, it does appear there may be a few people from the public that have attended the meeting. We'd ask that if you have submitted a letter either through the website, your comments through the website, or an email to the commission, we'd ask you to hold your comments because we do have them and they are part of the record. But I will open the floor to anyone from the public or neighborhood to speak if you have not done communicated in either way. We'd ask for you to be respectful of the this time and limit your comments to a minute each. If you are here from the public, please use the raised hand function so we can acknowledge and go in the order that we receive them. I do not see any up at this time.
Julie, Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I'm trying to raise my hand and I can't do it.
Okay, I see it going up and down, and I didn't know if you're one of those people that are going like this or not.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Ellison, please state your name for our record, and once again, please limit your comments to 1 minute.
My name is David Ellison. I live just around the corner at 32nd and Carroll Avenue, and I attended the local design review committee meeting, and I think that I would like to flag the comments by the attorney on that committee, Alex Frondorf, who pointed out that the laws and ordinances governing the construction of a building like this are in place, and we citizens and residents, I think, have a reasonable expectation that those laws and ordinances will be upheld, and that we are entitled as citizens and neighbors of this property to the protections provided by those laws and ordinances. And this project falls way outside of the allowable zoning, and it falls, I think, outside the parameters that govern the approval of certificates of appropriateness. That if we were to apply standard number 9, or I think it's item I in the landmarks ordinance, a new building is, or additions to new buildings or alterations to the district are required to be compatible but differentiated and respond to the massing, the fenestration, the architectural features. You probably know your ordinance better than I do, but I think this building sort of falls short on those criteria by which we as residents expect the landmarks ordinance to protect the character of the historic district that we live in. And the statement of significance on the Ohio City Historic District really talks about houses and the variety of houses, so that you could have any number of different style of houses, big and small and newer and older, but the statement of significance specifically mentions the bigger buildings that are not necessarily why the district is significant. And like the West Side Community House, and the other, the West Virginia building and that. So if our district is significant because of the houses, and if we're to follow the ordinance that is to protect the historic district, I think we need to follow that. The massing, the fenestration, the architectural features, its relationship to the rest of the character of the neighborhood. And likewise, I think that it's a little bit out of line to be looking at something that falls so far out of the zoning when, I don't know that there's a particular hardship or difficulty that inheres specifically in this property that would warrant the granting of a variance. Now, that doesn't mean that the city council or the city planning commission couldn't recommend rezoning huge swaths of our historic district so that houses could be torn down and bigger buildings could be built. But the city council has not done that. And until the law is changed, I think the attorney on the local design review committee made a really significant statement in that we deserve and expect the upholding of the existing ordinances that govern the buildings and the design of buildings in our neighborhoods. And thank you for letting me speak, and I'll stop talking.
Thank you. We appreciate the feedback. Other
If I
people from the
can
community.
to that, please. Can I respond to a couple of those points, Madam Chair?
Let's open up or continue just opening the floor to the public, and then we can either have you respond or move on to the commission's feedback so that you can hear the commission's feedback. So let's just conclude the public or neighborhood feedback. Is there anyone else here to speak on behalf of their either support or objections to this project? Okay, we're going to conclude the public feedback portion of this. I'm going to open, Mr. Harper, if you don't mind, I'm going to open up the floor to the commission just because we have had a commission member waiting to give you feedback and or ask a question, and then you can respond to both. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Giancarlo, I believe you've had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think, the architect mentioned that this would be a different type of architecture But to me, I'm seeing a similar type of architecture. We're looking at all these vertical buildings with the same fenestration, these very dark colors. And then I'm looking at this photograph and I'm seeing these lovely shapes and forms and colors of the existing buildings. And it doesn't, it doesn't seem to fit in. It doesn't seem to reflect the real character of these historical neighborhoods. And I understand that we have to build bigger buildings and more contemporary looking buildings. But I think an effort should be made to, especially in colors and shapes and forms, that have more of a participant in historical neighborhood rather than rather glaring verticality that's not really to my liking personally. That's all my comments for now.
Okay. Mr. Harper, if you'd like to make your feedback now, or you can, there are additional commission members who would like to give you feedback.
Sure, I'll be very quick. In regards to the commentary on the Ohio City design guidelines, I mean, in the guidelines itself, it refers to the West, the Guernsey building and the apartments that used to be on Franklin Circle and its demolition as one of the primary reasons why these guidelines were put in place. So I think it's somewhat unfair to isolate the larger apartment structures as not being significant and contributing to the historic nature of Ohio City. I think the guidelines, it laments the fact that project or that apartment house was built, and the proportions of that, were not that much different in terms of height relative to the structure. So I dare to compare the scale of this project to some of the other larger structures at significant intersections. And personally, and the committee may disagree, I think Woodbine and Fulton is a significant intersection in the same way that Bridge and 28th or Bridge and 30th are. So I think to that fact, I feel it's appropriate. Clearly, everyone is, going to have their own opinion about that. And in terms of zoning, yes, this is asking for a height variance and would eventually be doing that. Variances are given every day at 9:30 at the Board of Zoning Appeals. So I'm not saying this would necessarily pass, but it's not an unusual path for a project to go down. Any house that exists in Ohio City, if it had to be rebuilt due to fire, it would require zoning variances to be reconstructed as it exactly is. So the fact that it's outside of zoning is not a surprise to us, of course. And, it is something we assumed we'd approach as the process continues. That's it. Thank you.
Ms. Bailey?
I have a question for Mr. Moss in regards to Fulton being the street being reconstructed. Do you know what was done? Was the size of the street changed, like width-wise, or was the width was the same? They just, redone the street. Do you know exactly what was done?
Yes, Ms. Bailey, through the chair, I would say that I can speak to a lot of the general details about Fulton. So the road itself was done in 2 phases. The first phase was from Clark to Lorraine, and that section of the street was actually completely rebuilt because of the condition of the underlying substructure. So a lot of these old roads in a neighborhood like Ohio City and in that part of Clark Fulton have a brick base on which the road was then paved with asphalt paving over. So that part of the project had to be rebuilt. It was determined north of Lorraine in phase 2. So from Lorraine north to basically to Detroit, because it included parts of West 28th as well. The street, the subbase of the street was able to be patched and repaired instead of completely replaced. But it was still a comprehensive project in terms of replacing the road surface within its existing curb line. So it was not expanded in any way, but it also included replacement of water and sewer infrastructure. It's in some parts in whole and in some parts patched where necessary. So the storm drains and a lot of the city's municipal water services and lines were replaced as well as part of that project. In addition, and that's generally outside of my department's scope, what we focused on, if I may just elucidate briefly, is on how this road is a vital connection for the neighborhood. So there are only a handful of road connections, corridor connections from in Ohio City that run such an extensive way north-south. So Fulton is an important connection, not just within the neighborhood for people navigating through within Ohio City, but also to neighborhoods like Clark Fulton and to north and to points north like the cities and the region's investment into the lakefront bike connection that connects to points east and west. And that's an important connection because Fulton, unlike the other streets, West 25th, West 41st, and West 44th, does not have any highway on-ramps or off-ramps. So that makes it a more ideal street for bike and pedestrian connections because it's safer and it's more comfortable. So Fulton is a really important street from our perspective in terms of planning these connections that allow people to move in ways that don't require a personal vehicle. And that's not to say that we're opposed to people driving through the city. It's an important way to get around, but we're trying to plan for a future that is less reliant and doesn't require people to do that, because not only is that important from a safety perspective, but it's also a goal that we've identified in the city's climate action plan. So that's why I feel Fulton is such an important street for the city, and it's such an important street to create more opportunities for people to live on.
All right, thank you. I want to also make a comment to relay to Mr. Collar comment. There's no issue with new construction. It's just that when you in a certain neighborhood or any historic neighborhood, it's nice to bring some type of character to reflect that area, not to say to duplicate that area, but at least to try to bring some type of character in that new construction. So that's all I'm going to say, reflecting to what Mr. Carter said. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. And if you're done speaking, we just ask for you to put your to lower your raised hand so that I can stay on top of who still needs to speak. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to acknowledge there have been some modifications to this design. Even with the modifications, I still find the building too austere for the neighborhood. The surrounding structures, are just more articulate. There's just more visual interest. This is, just a kind of a box. It almost speaks to me saying that it's like a commercial building or a medical building or an office building. It doesn't have any kind of warmth or relationship to the kind of visual interest that's created in that neighborhood. So, again, I would love to see people step up, and I do see it occasionally, step up to the challenge of creating something new that still embraces aspects of the existing architecture, of the existing designs in the neighborhood. This does not do it. This is still, a box, a vertical box. It just still seems very much out of place. So I cannot support this.
Thank you. Mr. Strickland, you have feedback?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also have a question for Matt Moss. With regard to the effort within Ohio City to change existing zoning, can you provide an update on whether this project would fall within the area proposed to be rezoned? And if that rezoning would allow for this scale of construction under the new zoning that's proposed?
Are you referring to the form-based zoning code?
Yes.
Is that what?
So,
Go ahead, Mr. Moss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To answer Mr. Strickland's question, I can't say with certainty what we would recommend through the form-based code pilot as to what would be appropriate necessarily on Fulton. I think what has emerged through the form-based code process that's been underway in Detroit Shoreway and in Huff is an understanding that properties on corners at intersections like this would probably be coded differently than properties internal or without any corner frontage. And that's in part because of just the way in which parcels on corners are generally larger in neighborhoods like this than parcels that are mid-block. There are, of course, exceptions to that, but generally that's how our city has grown and been developed. And also because the parcels on corners have just more frontage. They present more space to the street and to the public realm. So I don't think we would, I would have to make a professional guess at this point, but I don't think through that form-based code process we would recommend projects or properties on corners like this be of the same zoning restrictions as properties that are found mid-block or on more strictly residential streets. Fulton is a mixed-use street, and we've identified that in our citywide plan. But what I can say from a rezoning proposal that was done for this neighborhood prior to the form-based code pilot in 2016 was to rezone Fulton to be more of a mixed-use corridor. The zoning right now on this part of Fulton is a two-family zoning, which some of the buildings are compliant with that zoning. The strictly residential structures, single and two-family structures, and the townhomes would roughly be compliant with that zoning, but there are buildings directly across the street from this project that would not conform at all because they are existing mixed-use buildings. In fact, even the library building wouldn't be permitted under that zoning. So what we would likely recommend for a street like Fulton is a zoning code, whether it's in our existing zoning code, Euclidean code, or in the future form-based code, that this street be coded as to accommodate a mix of uses. But that's generally because we also want to get away from Euclidean zoning that restricts uses foremost, and more so tries to direct the way in which buildings should be formed, and with less focus on what they're actually used for. So I hope that answers your question. It's difficult to say exactly what we would code this corner for, but I would recommend at this point, at this time, something more along the lines of what this building is attempting to do in terms of the use.
All right, thank you. That's very helpful. I have also a question for the developer. Given the limited parking relative to the number of units that are proposed, is there a program element to allow for bike storage or other modes of transportation for the residents other than bringing, say, a bike up to their apartment? Is there a general storage area proposed as part of the development?
Yes, as part of the first floor space in the garage, the plan is to accommodate not only bike storage, but the small repair items that are helpful with owning a bike. So to incorporate that on the first floor of the space to allow residents to bring a bike in, store it securely, and access it when needed, rather than having to take it all the way up to their residence. At the same time, as this shows, we think that adding bike infrastructure on the streetscape is essential for use for those patronizing or working at the retail spaces on Fulton as well.
All right, so my final comment would be I appreciate the efforts that have been made to scale down this project. I think it's much more appropriate in terms of massing and scale in its current configuration, but I agree that the design specifically is too stark and austere for the neighborhood. But in terms of massing, I could support it, but I would like to see more attention paid to the architecture so that it's more harmonious with the area.
Thank you. Mr. Harper, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, I guess what elements is the referring to when they're talking about warmth and to the neighborhood for a project like this, which is a unique approach where we're adding a structure on top of an existing. I just question the appropriateness of adding similar details, historic nature, on something that isn't historic. I guess the ways we were attempting, and clearly failed in your opinion, is to utilize cladding which is similar in proportion to a lot of the wood siding in the neighborhood. Doing a window trim that, while thinner than most window trim in the neighborhood, it is a contrasting color. And if we're talking about color, I think that's a much more solvable issue than us guessing which kind of historic elements are appropriate for a project like this. So I'd like to get some feedback on that. Also, the importance or significance of the existing structure. As we go through this process, it's been very difficult to get direct answers and direct guidance on what is most critical, and we're making assumptions on what would get us through to the next stage. And at our last meeting, most of the focus was on the height of the structure. We spent a great deal of time getting this to a 4-story scheme. The zoning in a number 1 height district, it does max out at 50 feet with appropriate setbacks. And so I would also propose that, if this was set back and met the zoning criteria, I don't think the effects would be on the economics of the project, but just as an investigation. If we met zoning, would that be something that allows us to support?
Well, let's pause there for a second, and then can you clarify what zoning variances you'd be looking for currently, so that we can potentially respond to that?
Sure. I believe it's coverage. It is height, and then I can't recall off the top of my head if and maybe Matt Moss would be able to answer this. The use as a multifamily or almost more of a local retail zoning designation. Right now, it's kind of curiously 2-family when this hasn't ever been a residential structure. But those were the primary variances. There may have been a side yard setback or a rear yard setback. I could pull that up here in a moment, but that's what I recall off the top of my head. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson or Mr. Strickland, do you want to give additional feedback on what the question about what we mean by warmth or fitting into the context more?
I would like to say something. I think I have my hand raised, but I'm not sure it's being registered.
Not on my side, but maybe Carl. Maybe you can see that. I apologize, Giancarlo.
That's okay.
Go ahead, Giancarlo, then.
Okay, thank you. In reference to the comments made, by Mr. Harper, I mean, one of the challenges of architecture, I think, and you brought some comments to that regard, is to deal with these conditions. I mean, historical neighborhoods are called historical neighborhoods for very specific reasons. So, I mean, I'm looking at this photograph in front of, on the screen, and I'm seeing that lovely greenhouse there with arched windows and this White House here with some on the surface that I think we need to deal with, you know. So they just built a huge black building down the street here from where I live on in Tremont. They're building these buildings pretty well everywhere, and then you commented on the fact that because one on Carnegie on Franklin, we should build one on Woodbine. I think we need to come up with something a little more creative, a little more original, and a little more appropriate to these neighborhoods. And I know it's difficult, and I know it's a challenge, but isn't that one of the purposes of architecture, historically and contemporarily? That's really, it's too stark, it's too structured, maybe too vertical, and I really don't like the idea of using precedences. Just because we built one on Franklin Boulevard, it doesn't mean we have to build another one on Woodbine.
Well, of course. I mean, it's the challenge we deal with every day. It's just, you know, interesting that if this was in front of a city planning commission, which it obviously isn't,
well, just, you know,
we'd probably be getting a round of applause as we exit.
Well, just
the
as
meeting.
a reference to the conversations we're having regarding codes and building regulations. I mean, I have total confidence in the city of Cleveland to enforce these rules and regulations, and they have been for a long, long time. I think the aesthetic issues are, to me, much more concerned, much more appropriate to deal with. I mean, just because you combine with art doesn't make this building more appropriate than an historical neighborhood.
Mr. Strickland, I think you're.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to respond to the architect's comments looking for specific direction relative to my comments. I do not want this proposed project to try to mimic some historical features that are representative of the neighborhood. I just would like a better attempt at the architecture to fit within the historical context. So as a point of reference, there's a new apartment building being built at the corner of West 7th and Jefferson in Tremont, just across the street from the Gospel Press, that I think is a much better attempt to integrate a large-scale apartment building, which is much bigger than this one, into the neighborhood. It sits adjacent to two-story residential structures. But the exterior is much more articulated. It has changes in building materials in terms of color and actual material use. And I think it's very interesting, and perhaps if the architect is familiar with that project, that's more in line with what I would like to see attempted on this corner. Thank you.
Mr. Tarasek, did you try to make a comment, and is it just not registering on my side? I thought I heard your voice. If you didn't, that's okay.
No, no, but if I may take this opportunity though, I've heard a lot about the zoning issues and about plans for the future in that area and investment in that area. And I think that's all very important in the context here. But I think the previous two commission members, Mr. Strickland's comment and Giancarlo's comment, I think are very appropriate for what this entity, this commission, is tasked with doing. So I guess I want to maybe focus or formulate what we're doing here in that context, where I can appreciate the issues that may be going before the zoning board and variances that are needed. But that is separate and apart, I believe, from what we are tasked with doing here. The context is very important, yes, but I think some of the other comments that have been made by the other commission members are more appropriate to what we're tasked with doing here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would also like to be a record that I'm not actually criticizing design here, but I'm offering the architect a challenge to do something that 100 years from now, the community and everybody else, because I think one of the issues with constructing in an historical neighborhood is that we at the same time are creating an historical building. And I think, that needs to be given some thought and some consideration. It's not a question of blending in, but how it lives in a community that's already established and has been established for hundreds of years.
Thank you. I think I'm going to make my comments now too. Yeah, I appreciate, as the local committee said, I appreciate the efforts that have been made. I think, the building has improved, but the aspect that I am continuing to struggle with is the height. I think your context elevations were very helpful and just reinforced my personal opinion that although this Woodbine is a side street connection on Fulton, I don't think it's appropriate to treat it as a major intersection. So to me, this is a mid-block structure. And to me, this building is still too tall to fit in with the overall context. And that is the difference of being a historic district rather than a standard district of the city, is that the context is, to me personally, the most important thing. You don't have to match the architecture, but you have to fit in, just like any neighborhood. And my personal opinion is, in architectural style or not, is the height, to me first, is still too tall. I appreciate that you've taken off a story, but knowing that the majority of the structures within this overall block, except for, like the church, that is an exception, and should be an exception because it's worthy of that recognition. Here, I don't think this structure is worthy of that recognition and should be the tallest structure within this mid-block. So that's, I guess, the feedback I will give you. Mr. Pettit, I believe you had your hand up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make one comment. I've always liked the fact that we were maintaining an existing commercial building on this site, but I feel like in losing the setbacks, we've really obliterated any sense of that existing building. And I think in some ways the building has become more massive on this corner. And I know you can't have it both ways, but I still feel that just eliminating a floor isn't enough here. I feel like we've just added the massing at the top to the massing on Woodbine, and I'm not sure that really solves our issue with the context. So that's just my comment.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to briefly state that I am in agreement with your comments as well as Mr. Pettit's comments.
Thank you. Mr. Harper, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I guess just hearing your feedback, I would ask to consider, since this is a non-contributing structure as it currently exists, the retail building and the warehouse, to make this site work from an economic standpoint, a significant change needs to happen. So my question is, and I don't even know if you could give me an answer, but what is the commission's thought about the existing structure, either remaining or being demolished?
I'll give my opinion since I don't see a hand up from another commission member. I always appreciate when someone tries to maintain an existing structure. I think it, just shows your sensitivity. But there's that point where is it constraining you more than contributing anymore? If it's not benefiting the neighborhood and or benefiting the design, I think we have to look at it which is the worst of two evils, in my personal opinion of, a structure like this, if it's now, by maintaining it, we're now having a different impact on Woodbine and the neighbors. So I guess it's a delicate line. I can't answer you that I would prefer you to take it one way or the other. But that's, I think my personal opinion is that I think this structure here is non-contributing. It doesn't meet the current zoning code. And is it helping improve the project or taking away from it? If that makes sense.
I appreciate that feedback. The fact that this is zoned to family, I guess is another question that personally and in conversations with other stakeholders, I think, and maybe Matt Moss could weigh in if time allows here, but is two-family zoning for a site of this scale and prominence in the neighborhood appropriate?
Oh, I don't see Mr. Moss while we're waiting for him. I think Ms. Bailey wanted to make a comment. Is Mr. Moss still here? Looks like Mr. Moss may have left us.
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Oh, you are? Okay, sorry, you're not popping up.
Could you repeat the question, just so I'm clear on how I'm responding?
Yeah, thank you. The current zoning for this unusually large parcel in Ohio City is zoned to family. Is that something that Planning Commission, I think you may have already kind of answered the question, but is that zoning to be something that is required to be maintained in any sort of future proposal? Whether that's us, probably not, but I'm curious from a person interested in the growth of this to understand this.
If there was enough interest to warrant revisiting the zoning in Ohio City and on this street, I would not recommend maintaining this as a two-family zoning district because I don't think it's appropriate, not for this site, but also for most of this street. The Planning Commission staff did recommend a large comprehensive rezoning several years ago for much of Ohio City to the Planning Commission. And I don't recall how far that got because I was not working for the commission at the time, but it's not, as was discussed at the local committee, and I think was mentioned here as well, it's not up to staff to rezone properties. It's a function of the Planning Commission itself and City Council. But I would just, in short, I would say I would not recommend a two-family. I don't think a two-family zoning is appropriate for this property and for much of Fulton in this neighborhood. That's just my recommendation, though.
Ms. Bailey, I believe you've had your hand, or were trying to raise your hand. Oh, now I see it. Go ahead.
I didn't have my hand up, but I was scrolling down the pictures, and I was looking at the original building, and I noticed that the proposal that was shrunk down, keep the photograph, it had commercial on there, not a housing on there. So I'm kind of confused of the zoning. That looks commercial. So how is it saying that it's a residential? That's where I'm confused at. Go to a color picture on there where it looks right now.
I think they're saying it's a non-conforming use the way it's currently zoned. The property is zoned two-family, but obviously it is not a two-family structure or use on that site. So it's non-conforming currently. is my understanding. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, I believe the building was built prior to zoning code being implemented, and then it kind of got grandfathered in as an existing structure when this was created as a two-family district. So that's why that got included as part of that.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, you have your hand up next.
Yes, real briefly, I'm going to show my age here. The area was rezoned 1 and 2 family in the late 80s by Councilwoman Helen Smith and Councilman Ray Pianca at the time. And it was in a response to, issues with like rooming houses and social service agencies. They just thought there were too many, small units that attracted, I guess, transient people and that kind of thing. And they wanted to make the community more cohesive. So that's why we have 1 and 2 family overlay in that area.
Thank you. In the interest of time and knowing our agenda, I think it may be time to move this to the next level. I'll ask the applicant, there's 2 options here that obviously you've heard the feedback from the commission. We could table you again to allow you to address the additional feedback that you've received today on the new proposal, or we can take a vote.
Let's table it for now. Thank you.
Okay, so we have permission from the owner to table. Would someone like to make a motion to table?
Madam Chair, this is Bob Strickland. I'll move to table.
This is
Go
Alan.
ahead, Alan.
I'll second it.
Excellent, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchio,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasic,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion to table passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And we hope you've received enough feedback on this proposal, and we look forward to seeing you come back with an alteration to address it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our 5th applicant, the Liberty Textile Building located on West 6th Street, the renovation.
Hi, this is Joe Berardi with Berardi Partners. You also have Melissa Spires, project manager, James Link, project designer. We're presenting the Liberty Textile Building, which is a historic renovation of an existing building in the warehouse district. Next slide. This is just some contextual information about the history of the building, originally constructed in 1874. It is a historic structure. It is listed on the National Registry, and it's largely a vacant building currently. It's been vacant for 10 plus years, even exceeding beyond that, based on the information you've received. Next slide. This is just a contextual map image. Building is located in the warehouse district on West 6th Street. From what we can tell, this would be the last remaining building in the West 6th Street corridor within that warehouse district that would be renovated. All existing buildings have been renovated previously. Contextually speaking, it's just north of West St. Clair Street. To the south, you have Public Square, where 75 Public Square is currently undergoing a historic rehab. 55 Public Square is currently going through design process and, design strategies to address historic rehab. And then immediately to the south of the corridor, you have the Sherwin-Williams site. So I think the proximity to, a lot of the historic rehabilitation and proposed work is, a fair point to make with the project. Next slide. This is just some historic maps showing that the building outlined in red, along with, building immediately to the east, which was connected via a bridge connector, which will become an important point here as we propose the exterior facade work. Next slide. Contextually, these are just some old images that we were able to find. There really weren't a lot of historic images that we could find of the building, but on the left you can see an image from 1936, and on the right you can see an image from 1975. But one of the key factors is that take a look at the building. It appears to have been in some serious disrepair over the years, and historically speaking, there was a cornice on the top of the building that was removed at some unknown date. Next slide. What we're proposing is a historic rehabilitation for the project. This has been approved by the State Historic Preservation previously. It has also received state historic tax credits via round 18. What we're currently proposing are some minor modifications to the interior portion of the building. Previously, there was also another addition on the vacant parking lot just to the south of the building. But what we're really proposing is a historic rehabilitation of the existing structure in compliance with the National Park Service requirements, Secretary of Interior standards, and utilizing both the state and historic federal tax credits. Next slide. I apologize, I'm just trying to breeze through this to focus on some of the key points, but largely the scope of the building is to restore the existing structure. It has been in disrepair for numerous years. There are some structural concerns that we are addressing as part of this. But the front facade previously was painted with a tan or slightly beige color paint on both the limestone and the brick. Windows and storefront were all painted a hunter green type color. Along the south facade, the large brick wall on the second image on the upper right, you can kind of see some of the existing brick repair that's occurred with just the kind of the splotchiness of the brick discoloration. There is also some existing parging or stucco on the brick that we're proposing to remain. At the rear of the building, the entire back wall was reconstructed at some point due to structural instability. That is actually a 12-inch concrete block that was painted, and I think the intent of the color of the paint was to try to match the existing brick. Next slide. These are just images of the interior of the space. It's largely just vacant space. There is some storage in the building right now, but largely the building has previously been gutted. There's very minimal historic architecture left outside of the wood floors, wood ceilings, and the column line that you can see on the third floor. Next slide. What we're proposing for the building is two different uses. First use is going to be commercial space on the first floor. I think it would really fit in with the West 6th corridor. So the intent right now is to procure a LOI with a restaurant here to take the space and also part of the basement. We're also taking a look at the units, the floors above 2 through 4, implementing roughly 20 market rate apartments. Just based on statistical data, there's a need in the Cleveland market. The vacancy rate is roughly 3 to 4% margin, even during and post-COVID. And the image on the right just shows roughly what the medium monthly rental rates would be. Next slide. This is the basement, proposed floor plan. Again, largely going to be future tenant space, and to the rear of the building, it's going to be a 2-height unit, one with a, where the bedroom space is in the basement level, and there would be a window well, providing egress through the space. Next slide. This is the proposed first floor plan, largely commercial, with 2 units on the backside, with the stairs down to the basement. We are incorporating a residential specific corridor. There will be a new elevator, 2 stair towers. None of those would be visible from the exterior. Common amenities, just mailroom, storage for packages, potentially security, as well as bike storage. Next slide. These are just typical unit layouts. Typically, it's going to be studio, 1 bedroom, 1 bedroom plus den, which would be unit type D. Unit type D, upper left corner, would be kind of the studio apartment. Next slide. Generally speaking, all the units stack vertically, so what you get on 2, translates to the 3rd floor and 4th floor. Next slide. 4th floor. Next slide. And these are the proposed elevations. One thing to keep in mind, if you're looking at the west elevation, the primary facade, on the 2nd floor, there are 4/1 units. On 3 and 4, you have 1/1 units. We've done some extensive research and analysis on the window types, had a window vendor actually go out there and take a look at it. Had conversations with SHPO and also the warehouse district about the window configuration, whether it made sense to go with a uniform appearance or not. Feedback we received from SHPO and warehouse district was, based on what is there, it makes sense to leave it to match the historic configuration, which from what we can tell is 4/1 on 2, and then 3 and 4 would be 1/1. Unfortunately, we were not able to find any historic imagery to support, going with a uniform appearance of 4/1. We are proposing those windows to be removed and replaced with a compatible aluminum window. We are proposing the Quaker product. And on the lower level, we're proposing just to basically restore the existing storefront. There are cast iron columns adjacent to each entry door, kind of framing the storefront system, and then on the outer edges, both to the north and south, you have limestone points that were previously painted. We are providing design guidelines for signage to be implemented on the building. We're proposing LED light fixtures to provide uplighting for the signage. Signage would be an applied band painted black with gold lettering applied to it, so the signs would not be backlit. It would be more in line with what was historically there. Largely speaking, the west facade would have all the existing paint stripped off of it using a Proco paint remover, which has been used on previous historic projects. So the intent is just to take off the existing paint without damaging any of the existing substrate. We are providing some allowance for brick repointing along with brick replacement in compliance with Secretary of Interior standards. But largely speaking, we're probably assuming about 10 to 15% for repointing, maybe about 5% for brick replacements, just to address any deterioration. One thing that we are proposing that might seem slightly odd is if the paint can't be stripped off of the building, we're going to leave it as it is and let it naturally flake off. The concern we have is the brick on the building is not hard. It's kind of soft or medium soft. So our concern is trying to strip off the paint could potentially do more harm than good to the building. So there is a slight concern we have with that, but I think given maintaining the historic fabric is of the utmost importance for us. On the south elevation. The existing parking, we are proposing scraping off what is loose. What is adhered to the brick and solid and structural will remain. The concern we have is anything that's really adhered to the building that remains structurally sound. The concern we have is just, the level of impact to the building could be detrimental. It's probably going out there with a hammer drill, probably like chipping away at it. And, again, we're trying to preserve the historic fabric and the historic material. It has been a conversation we've had at length with the warehouse district, along with SHPO, and I feel like this is probably the most appropriate response. And as material starts to weather and become structurally unstable, it just becomes a maintenance issue for the owner to kind of go back out there and scrape it away and clean the brick. We are proposing the existing brick on the south elevation also be repointed. You can kind of see the crack just to the left of the hand, the cursor. There is a structural crack right there. We are providing, yep, right there. We are providing solutions for that, where there will be a helical anchor tied on the inside of the building, and then the structural sealant applied to the exterior. The structural sealant color will match the existing brick, which we believe to be a red blend, so that it's minimally visually intrusive. Next slide. And on the rear of the building, this is the non-historic rear wall. We are proposing applying new window openings to the back of the building, along with 2 new entry doors and window wells to provide egress through the basement. We believe that based on the fact that there was a previous building on that site that was connected via bridge, there were probably windows, given that there was a gap between the buildings. In addition to this being the rear facade and it's not historically significant, we feel the application of windows is appropriate. To the north elevation, there is an adjacent building. Scope of work really is, very minimal at best. Basically just addressing any structural concerns or repointing. Next slide. Again, these are just some contextual images to kind of further emphasize the scope that we're proposing. Next slide. Again, same thing, just kind of images to reinforce the proposed scope. One thing I would like to point out is there is some structural concern in the southwest corner of the building. Some of the storefront is sagging. We are proposing that to be rebuilt and, made to be structurally sound. So, largely speaking, whatever is being taken out is going to be replaced in like kind in conformance with the National Park standards. Next slide. Just enlarged images of the condition of the cast iron. Next slide. Some additional images. To the left, you can kind of see some of the deterioration of the limestone coins. We are going to address that and have it restored so that it is compatible. And then to the right, you can kind of see some of the parting and condition of the masonry joints, kind of further emphasizing the need to repoint the building. Next slide. Detailed images of windows, along with an overall contextual image to show the 4/1 and then 1/1 configuration. Next slide. Actually, an interesting point about the windows. On the exterior, if you go back to the previous slide, please. You can see on the exterior, the windows have a rounded arch for the masonry opening. If you go back to the next slide, you can kind of see on the interior, especially the first image to the left and the middle image, and actually all 3 images, we really had a squared off masonry opening with a wood header. Wood header obviously is going to be replaced, but the way we are addressing the windows is to match the existing configuration and the application of the the rounded panel on the inside with an aluminum panel. But for all intents and purposes, to be in compliance, we are matching the exterior detailing so that there's really no visual difference between what is there currently and what we're removing to what will be applied in the future with the aluminum window. Next slide. Just door details. We're proposing everything being in masonry openings, minor adjustments to incorporate 2 new egress doors on the south elevation and 2 doors on the east elevation. Next slide. Window elevations and the start of window details. Next slide. And these details provide, graphic evidence that, our intent is to go back and match existing conditions the best we can. Just keep in mind that existing conditions aren't actually able to be matched like for like, just based on different materials that are being used and some dimensional tolerances for engineering purposes. But largely speaking, the overall intent is to maintain the sight lines. Where we do have the 4/1 configuration, we are providing simulated divided light so that you have that true light pattern, along with just maintaining overall masonry opening dimensions that are not being modified. On the interior side, I know you don't really have an impact on that, but we are providing existing wood trim to go back in where it is existing, and in applications where it's not there or it's in conditions that are not salvageable, we are going to replace it with a custom profile to match the existing. Next slide. Just further detailing, showing the proposed configuration. Next slide. The only difference with these details are the fact that previous detail showed 4/1. These are just the 1/1 configuration. These windows will also be a single hung window. Next slide. More interior detailing. Next slide. I sort of alluded to this a little bit earlier, but one of the factors that we are trying to reincorporate into the building is a historic cornice that was previously there that is no longer in existence. So we are going back with a GFRP style cornice. Cornice will be finished to match the limestone coloring. Had discussions with the warehouse district, and one of the items of discussion was what do we put in the area that says 1874. We couldn't find the exact historic name of the building, which is what their preference was, but we decided and compromised on identifying the age of the building, which was dating back to 1874. Next slide. Just an enlarged detail elevation of the proposed treatment of the cornice. Next slide. These are just profile shapes, dimensions. Next slide. Same thing. Next slide. This is the proposed construction of the cornice. So we are providing supplemental metal framing so that the GFRP is self-supporting as it gets tied to the structural frame. And what that allows us to do is project the cornice out so it's a little bit more of, so it's a little bit more pronounced on the face of the building, so this doesn't read as a flat surface. Next slide. This slide is meant to show you some of the colors that we're currently proposing. One thing that we have had discussions with the warehouse district about was, right now these are just proposed colors based on, limited areas of, the limestone, the brick being exposed. What we are proposing is for the masonry to be cleaned off, paint removed, and then come back and kind of refine the color palette based on what we're able to find. You know, we feel like it's a much more accurate way to address the color by having a larger field to color match as opposed to little 3x3 swatches. But largely speaking, color palette is to maintain a green storefront on the base level, black band for the sign with gold lettering just so it pops out a little bit more, and then all of the paint on the brick will be removed, and then the limestone would be a natural color, and then the paint color for, or the finish for the TFRP at the cornice level would match the limestone at that point. And this is just a color image of the rear of the building, black windows, largely trying to keep a neutral color palette. Again, it's a non-historic elevation, but we do feel like a paint treatment is warranted, given that the current application of the paint on the rear of the building doesn't really, you know, align well with what is there and with the scope of work that we're proposing. Next slide. Actually, I think that's it.
Thank you for the presentation. Feedback from the local committee.
Hi, yeah, Molly Crawford from the Warehouse District, Inc. I'm filling in for Tom Sterinsky today. So our design review committee reviewed it. They had some discussion about the windows, as Joe mentioned, as well as the paint colors and materials on the exterior. We approved this new version of the presentation, and we think that, you know, waiting to get the facade cleaned off to pick colors and all of that will be in the best interest of the project overall.
Thank you.
Yep.
We'll then open up the floor to questions or comments from the commission. Ms. Bailey?
I like the presentation. I just have a few questions. It's all your doors are being new, just to get understanding on that.
So along the primary elevation, which we're looking at right now, the storefront, all of those doors are going to be existing. They are going to be rebuilt, and we're going to put electronic operators on them because currently so there's a pair of doors that open outward. The issue is we have concerns over the total egress width as it applies to life safety, but also accessibility. So our intent is to keep the configuration the way it is, rebuild the doors and put operators on them so that as you're opening one door, both doors open simultaneously. So we address both egress width and accessibility at that point. Along the south elevation, we are proposing 2 new hollow metal doors, which are showing up as white in this rendering, but they're actually going to be black. And then on the rear elevation, we're also going to propose 2 new doors in the existing wall. Yep, right there. Right where it's labeled unit entry. So those are 2 new doors with a transom above them. I think you're on mute.
Yeah. And what about the south one? It's can you go to the south? Yeah. What about those doors? Are those as new too?
So those are 2 new doors. The intent we had addressing the location was to pull them back as far as we could from West 6th Street to minimize the visual impact. Those are going to be hollow metal doors that are painted black. So it's congruent with the rest of the openings that we're installing.
And you didn't say too much on the light fixtures that you have on your building. Are those going to be new as well?
So the light fixtures on the building will be new. What we talked about was providing a small LED pin light to provide uplighting for the signage on the building. And then on the south elevation, we are providing 4 new wall packs with a cutoff so that, you know, all we're doing is really lighting the egress path out of the building. And then on the south elevation, there's just like
So you show that when you come back with your signage, the light fixtures?
yes, we can provide you cut sheets with the light fixtures once we have the sign packages squared away.
I noticed you didn't say too much on the fencing. Is the fencing existing or is it going to be new?
Actually, that's a good point. We are providing a new fence just to, because the existing property has surface parking lot. So what we're trying to do is add railing, and there's also a great difference from front to back, running east and west. So it drops about 3 feet from east elevation down to the west, so toward West 6th Street. So we are providing a buffer between existing surface parking and the path of egress. So it's more or less to maintain an accessible means of egress for somebody that's in a wheelchair, but also to provide protection from somebody kind of driving their car into that path and potentially blocking any sort of egress with if something were to happen in the building.
All right, so that's part of this project. So you're going to share information on with the staff on that. Now for the repair with the Persian that you share, what color is that going to be? Because right now the existing look like it's a beige color. What, is it going to also be the existing color?
So the existing brick, from what we can tell, looks more like a red blend. And the limestone, we believe, is more of a, it's got some gray tones to it and a little bit warmer. But overall, what we're proposing is to take the paint off the brick so it's natural, and anything that's left on the brick base in terms of existing paint will just sort of weather off and flake. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, because it was a zoom in photograph of where you're going to polish the brick, and just curious of what color you're going to have. Can you go to the photo? Oh.
I was going to say, the intent is for us to restore the brick and have the natural appearance come back.
I'm just curious of what color that's going to be when once you finish polishing that. Carl, go to the presentation in the rear where the color it had a black border of his presentation. Yeah, right there. In the front, the border for the front is a beige color, which is the woolly gray.
Right. So
I'm just wondering why you didn't make the border of the edges the same color instead of that darker color.
So I think from our intent, at the front of the building, we have limestone flooring. So what we're trying to do is reestablish the historic appearance. On the back side, we're trying to differentiate it a little bit more. That's actually a metal cover plate over the brick, so it's actually a material transition. We're applying a different finish there. I think that kind of, creates a distinction between what's historic and what's not historic.
Oh, so that's metal instead of brick?
That is metal currently, yes.
So that's why the color is different from what the front is. I like how the front color looks, but okay. So that's existing metal that's there right now?
That is correct, yes. And the parapet cap itself will also.
Okay, so that's the existing color there right now. You're just gonna leave it as is.
So the existing color is more of a red, which really stands out a little bit too much in our opinion. So what we're trying to do is differentiate what was historic and what's not historic. But we're also proposing removing the parapet cap and replacing it with a black piece of metal, so it's consistent. Again, we're just trying to differentiate historic versus non-historic material.
All right, thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the commission members? Ms. Anderson?
I just wanted to commend the developer on this project. I think it's going to be a beautiful addition to that street, and I'm really heartened to see you putting so much effort into the restoration of the cornice. I've seen a number of times buildings like that brought before this body, and the cornice is sort of, you know, given short shrift, where you guys are, you know, really going to enhance that building with that cornice restoration. I really applaud you for that, because I'm sure that's not an inexpensive endeavor. So yeah, overall, it's a beautiful building. I'm sure there's a lot of structural challenges with restoring this, but I'm really glad to see you taking this on and doing such a sensitive treatment.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the commission? I guess I'll just state mine. I echo everything that's said. I think this is a beautiful proposal for restoration and very sensitive. My only comment is I'm not the biggest fan of the black surround on that south elevation. I think obviously the material itself stands worthy of recognition that it's a new material. And if we go back to the back elevation, Carl, I guess my preference would be to let it blend in a little bit more, because you've already defined the new materials by the new color. Since it's not, the brick red, it is I'm assuming the worldly gray. I guess my personal preference would be to have the corner pieces either be a limestone or a match the worldly gray, so that it just regresses more than becomes pronounced, like the current red does. So that's just my personal opinion. I think, though, overall, it's a beautiful proposal. Other questions or comments from the commission, or would someone like to put forward a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
The motion is to move the project as presented, with the exception is to revisit the south elevation border, the dark color, and look at it the worldly gray. Although you're trying to, even though it's a metal color existing red, and you're trying to make it different because it's metal compared to the front. It's nice to try to match the front worldly color, but try to study the border color and to share it with the staff, and that the signage and the light fixture, that's going to come back in another presentation. And that's the motion.
Excellent.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. The only other thing that I think we might want to note is the local committee's recommendation to bring the final colors for the front back to staff if they're changed from what was in the presentation.
Yeah, understood.
So we have a motion with conditions. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. So a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Kalikia. Mr. Kalikia, are you still here?
It does not.
Mr. Dryer.
Yes.
Mr. Strickland.
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik. Mr. Tarasik, I think you're muted.
Looks like he's having some connection problems.
Yes, and I apologize. This is Ray Tarasik. I am having connection problems, but I'm back now.
And what is your vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Trott.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We look forward to the restoration here. Thank you. We'll move on to our final applicant for certificates of appropriateness located 1454 West 58th Street, window replacements.
Yes, how are you guys doing this afternoon?
Good, thank you.
I'm a representative for Universal Windows Direct. I was a sales representative who sold the job to Mr. Michael Hilliard, which lives right around the corner from 1454 West 58th Street. What we are proposing, but the windows have been installed, but the doors have not. We are proposing to do, for the single windows, 18 double hung windows, two twin double hungs, and then 4 picture windows, so a total of 26 windows. The color of the windows is to match like for like. Those are already installed. If any of you have driven by that house in the last 3 or 4 months, but the 3 entry doors have not been installed. If you guys are not aware, what happened is Universal Windows Direct, we usually always pull permits. What happened is somehow it got slipped through the cracks, and we didn't have a permit when we started the job. Then we got like a permit issued to us, it got approved, and then there was an error on it. And that's kind of where we are now with everything. This has been going on for quite some time, but it was definitely a learning lesson, I would say, in the historic. I totally understand, everything with the ages of the houses, and we have to be doing like for like material. So right now, currently, all the windows have already been replaced inside the house. Anybody wanted to comment on that? It's kind of a little bit, I have been listening like in and out because I just wanted to see where everything was at. It seems like we're the only ones that have installed work in this Skype meeting this morning. So I just wanted to get your guys' take on that.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. We're going to start with, do we have feedback from the local committee?
Yes, Madam Chair. I don't think anyone's here from the committee. Carl, if you can advance the slides to the report. This was reviewed by the Franklin West Clinton Design Review Committee back earlier this month. They approved the replacement of the windows on 3 sides of the house. And I'm going to ask Carl to jump in if I misstate any of this, but all of the work was done prior to review by the committee and the commission. So the majority of the work has already been installed. The committee approved everything except the windows on the front facade and the front 4 windows. They need to be wood or aluminum clad wood windows. The front facade should be 70/30 split sash with divided lights on the top sashes to, match the original configuration. I assume that they were cottage sash. The large picture windows should be divided into 3 sashes as the original, and the attic gabled windows should be 50/50 double hungs with top sashes with divided lights. The front door should be wood with either a single or dual rectangular quarter light. No arch top or eyebrow windows. So that's the recommendation of the committee.
Thank you.
So what you're saying, Don, just so we can get everything approved, is we would be taking out the front windows, and we would have to, I mean, we here at Universal Windows Direct, we do not sell a wood or the aluminum clad style window. So due to the circumstances, is there anything besides that we could, pass? Like if we take out the front windows and do the simulated divided lights how they currently are, but it would be with a vinyl window. Is that an option that we could do, since we've already put, on the other 3 sides that have been approved?
Don, do you want to answer that?
That's the recommendation of the design review committee. I think it's up to the commission to decide how we mitigate the existing conditions. I mean, it's generally our policy to require aluminum clad wood windows on the main facade, and at the very least to match existing styles and configurations. But it's up to the commission to determine how we address, what's already been installed.
Yep, I understand. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Let's move on to and open up the floor to commission members' questions or comments and feedback. Mr. Strickland?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My position in this case is consistent with my position always when it comes to a contractor's responsibility to know the code requirements for permitting within a historic district. I think given the size and the volume of work done by Universal Windows Direct, it's an absolute must that we fully reinforce the requirement to meet permitting requirements in a historic district. And I 100% support the recommendation of the Design Review Committee in their recommendation for replacement on the windows in the front of the house and the door materials to be used in the future.
Thank you. Other feedback from other commission members? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you. I'm having a little trouble understanding, is the photo that we are looking at now, is this the current condition with the replacement window?
No, this was prior to the window install.
Do we have a picture of the current conditions?
I believe we sent them to the landmarks. Hold on once. I could be wrong though.
I don't believe this is the same presentation that the local design review committee had. I don't think we had anything else updated since then.
So we don't have pictures of what it looks like now.
Correct.
I think it's going to be hard to vote on something that are, I can't see what's been done.
So what are we looking at right now?
The existing,
Oh, that's the
the
prior, right?
previous, right? The previous design, not the current design with the replacement windows.
Carl, I just sent you a picture of the new windows to your email. I do apologize. I thought we had those on file.
Yeah, I can't get to that because I'm in this presentation. So unfortunately.
I would agree with that comment. It's really hard to, like, even Google Earth is the previous design, not the current status or state, I should say. So I don't know if I could vote on this either without seeing what is there. I would align with what Mr. Strickland said and or the local committee is that, you know, we need to, there are occasions we will approve a vinyl window on non-frontage elevations, but on fronting elevations, it is our requirement to have a wood or aluminum clad wood windows, and so that it is conforming to the existing in design and or the district. But I can't approve the current design as is because I can't see it, and but the material, I wouldn't approve the material either.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just a clarification, my comments were based on the use of the inappropriate material. So it doesn't matter to me what the window configuration is currently in the unpermitted installation.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, did you have additional questions or is that the only one?
Yeah, I just want to mention that we have approved windows that were inappropriate, that were installed either without a permit or, you know, somebody was not aware of what they needed to do. I think the applicants made modifications to ensure that the new windows looked as much like the original in their configuration. That's part of the reason that, you know, without seeing the new windows, I can't make any kind of judgment, but of course my preference would be not a vinyl window on the front elevation.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from the commission?
How does the commission feel, Don, how do you feel about addressing this by staff?
I would not be in favor of this being addressed at the staff level. This needs to come back to the commission, or we need to vote on it today to reject the installation.
I do think that the commission needs to vote on this. How it gets worked out is another question.
Well, I can't vote on it if I can't see it.
I understand, and I apologize for not having the images. Let me ask a question of the applicant. I understand that Universal Windows Direct does not make aluminum clad wood windows, but is the company at least willing to cover the cost on behalf of the homeowner should we require a different window solution here?
So, I mean, I would just need to talk with, you know, one of the owners or the VP of sales to get that 100% answer. I don't want to say something that I don't know, but I'm assuming that that would be the best route to go if we can't, you know, if we have to uninstall that front face of the house of the windows.
Understanding that we don't have photos of the existing conditions, I guess I would ask if the commission is still willing to act based on the material concerns.
So I can get photos of all the angles later on today, so you guys can see front, back, right, left of the entire property and what has been done. And send that over to you, Don or Carl.
I mean, I guess I feel with what Ms. Anderson said, it's a little hard to know what we're approving or not approving, material versus not. Just from a design standpoint, what has been installed and how close does it match what we're seeing on the screen right now, or how different is it? Then the material question comes in. So with those two aspects, I guess, design first, material second, in my opinion. I don't know what's there. So I don't, or what other could be there, if, depending on the materials. If it was vinyl or if it was our preferred material, which is aluminum clad wood. I have difficulty voting on this right now with the lack of information to make those decisions off of.
Do you feel it's appropriate to table this until the commission has the appropriate photographs?
I do personally, but I think the applicant can hopefully heard our opinions on materials and design. I don't know if that's
yeah, I mean, I do fully understand. I can get those photos over, like I stated, by the ending of the day today, and then send them over to you guys, and see exactly what the end result is. I can also, ask my manager, Steve, if that's the case, that we have to uninstall those windows and cover the cost of finding another contractor, and exactly how we want to go about that. So I do have a couple things to take back to him, which I'll be talking to him, directly after this meeting.
I think that would be appropriate with for you to do the due diligence based on the recommendation of the local committee and or the feedback that you've heard here. I think we need to see what is currently there versus what was previously there, and then what options you are willing to put forward based on the feedback that you've received from us also related to design and material and cost. I think from Mr. Pettit's comment also, this is a historic district. Permits are required. Understand there was a hiccup here, but there's the underlying or the first thing that this is a historic district and these are the requirements.
Yes, I understand completely. So just to clarify, would be the windows that you guys prefer the aluminum clad, just so I'm 100% positive, is the two windows in the attic there, and then the two front picture windows. No openings on the right side, the left side, or the back side of the property, correct?
I would say that the elevation that we're looking at is the primary elevation of what we're trying to stay focused on for modifications, would be my opinion. I don't know if others have other opinions. Mr. Brunges, Carl, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I believe there were 4 windows on the side, and I think it was this side in the right picture that also they spoke to, but that was in their recommendation. Also, Josh, when you come back, you will probably want to describe how the installation of that front door is going to go. I know from local, it was like a single piece going in, but you would want to match profiles and such like that, because I don't think you discussed the doors, the materials. I know the one in the front was to be wood, but then the other ones on the side and the rear were to be steel, I think it was, if I remember correctly. But
Correct,
there's
yes.
some details that you have to, I think, discuss about how those are going in as well.
So when we left off at the last landmarks meeting, 2 to 3 weeks ago, currently right now we have the three steel doors. I'm not sure if you said wood. They're all three of them are all custom fit, custom designed. So, we are retrofitting them in there. So it's not just the like entry door insert, where we are replacing the jambs and the frame depths of that entire opening itself. For it to actually look as much as possible as the current. Now, as far as the color of the door, it is a classic blue, which is a lighter shade of blue, and that is what the homeowner picked out. In the current situation we are now, I believe the landmarks, the last meeting, was stating that the half round was not appropriate. So that's just something that we have to agree on, and if we can install those doors, because obviously they're just sitting in our warehouse right now waiting to be installed, or what we can actually do with those.
Madam Chair, this is Bob Strickland. I have a question. Is the existing front door a wood door?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, so the new replacement door should be wood as well, in my opinion.
Okay, I understand. Now, with the wood, because the age of the house, typically, whether it's steel or fiberglass, whether it's in a historic, as far as the look of the door, that's not going to change the aesthetics or someone looking at it from a curb appeal aspect. So, I understand if you're saying wood and, wood's beautiful, obviously, but as far as longevity of, Mr. Hilliard's position on owning the property, he doesn't want, that door to rot over time. So that was a huge reason why he did go with a steel door for the longevity aspect of it.
Where are the other doors that you're proposing?
They are on the side left, so on the left side of the house, and then the back door itself. So 3 doors total.
Once again, I think I am more focused on the front elevation and obviously trying to either maintain what is there existing related to a wood door, or providing the appearance that it is wood with a composite that can be stained to appear wood, versus a steel that has to be painted or come pre-painted, so that it definitely is recognizable that it's a replacement door. So related to the other 2 doors, I don't have as many issues, I'll say it that way, with the rear door replacement as I do with the front door replacement. I don't know how others feel. Ms. Anderson, you have your hand up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree with you on the doors. I would like to see photos of the side, the replacement side windows, at least. You can kind of see them from the street. I just, would like to also see those photos when the presenter returns.
So yeah, like I said, with what's currently there, like I said, I will send those over to Carl or Don the second I snap those photos later on this afternoon.
And do you have pictures of the side of the house with the original condition as opposed to the current condition?
It should be.
I thought that's what we're
right there.
I think all the windows have been replaced, Michelle, I thought.
But these are all the previous condition, not the current condition. These are not the replacement windows, correct? Am I stating that correct? So these are the old configuration
Correct.
prior to the window replacement?
Correct.
Yeah, I would like to see the current condition.
So, I mean, if you look on the, I mean, I thought we had them in here.
Madam Chair, I also believe this house went under renovation sometime in about 2008, 2009. So I don't know how original or what was done. I can't see. It was before this became a historic district, I believe.
Got it. Okay, that's interesting.
And I
What
think
was
the
the-
main contention was what you're seeing here currently is the 70-30 split on those front windows, with the larger portion on the bottom, and I think they went to a 50-50
In the current configuration.
in the
with
current
the replacement.
configuration. Yes.
Got it. And apologize, I haven't asked this earlier. What was the material of the windows that you removed?
Wood.
They were all wood?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Strickland, you still had your hand up?
Yeah, just a further clarification. The original windows, or the windows that you replaced on the sides of the house, what was their configuration? Were they 1/1 or 4/1?
For those 4 small windows on the side of the house, there were no mullions on those windows. They were just fixed glass, like a small picture window, non-operable.
Did you replace the windows in the entire house or just towards the front?
No, the entire house.
Yeah, so all the windows on the side of the house, none of them had any button bars?
Correct.
Okay, so you replaced them in a light configuration in terms of 1/1?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? I think it's my recommendation to, I don't know. Either we vote on knowing that the design does not match the current design and have the applicant return with a revised proposal to address the design and material or at a future date, or we table it. I will leave it to the commission to make that decision of how we'd like to move forward and would ask someone to put forward a motion.
Let me ask, Madam Chair, if the applicant would agree to table this project for today's meeting.
So when you say like, does that mean like rescheduling it or? Correct.
You'd have to revise your submission and reschedule it.
So I'm gonna do a whole new proposal on all the new configurations of all the window replacements. Get more in depth with the entry doors itself for you guys. So then you guys have before and afters on each side and angles of the property, just so you guys have a better understanding and know what's going on. And I do apologize. It's been confusing for myself as well, because I thought that we had a permit a long time ago. So thank you for understanding.
So you agree to table your presentation for further consideration, future
Yes, sir.
consideration?
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I move to table the project.
Thank you. Do you have a second?
A second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Pettit, please call roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchia,
I think John
Mr. Dreyer.
meeting.
I'm sorry. Okay. thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trot.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. So we look forward to you coming back and presenting at least the current conditions versus the previous conditions, and take our feedback on the front elevation so that we can have a productive conversation next time.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm out of curiosity, do you know what date that would be, or would I just get like a follow-up email for that?
Don?
I think our next meeting agenda is pretty full. It's probably going to be the second meeting in April, but we'll get back to you on when we can get it scheduled as soon as possible.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Don.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, have a good one, guys.
You too. That concludes our certificates of appropriateness. We'll now move on to our concept plan reviews. We have one on our agenda. It is the Romanian Cultural Garden at MLK on MLK Junior Drive garden plan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the commission. I hope you can hear me. I'm operating off of cell phone, so I hope I'm able to be heard.
Yes, you are.
Not necessarily seen, but if that'd be an added bonus, I suppose. My name's George Cantor. Some of you may remember me as a former City Planning Commission staffer. I put 33 years in at the commission before retiring in 2018. But today I'm here in my capacity as the president of the Friends of the Romanian Cultural Garden, Inc., which is a 501c3 with a mission to conserve, restore, enhance, and improve the physical condition of the garden. I'm joined today by my colleague, architect David Jerka, who is a principal in the Seventh Hill Design Firm, who's been along on every step of the way of this process since we began in 2011. And together we're going to describe the proposed improvements to the garden in terms of a new master plan for it. And basically organized under 4 design concepts, and I'll go through them real briefly, and David will expand on them. But first, obviously, we want to highlight the Romanian culture through physical design elements that will be added to the design of the garden. Secondly, we're seeking to create more direct accessibility to the garden from MLK Drive, along with improved visibility of the features of the garden. Thirdly, we're looking to provide public access to and from the surrounding neighborhoods and through the site. And that's become an increasingly important objective during this pandemic process, as I think everybody knows that the parks have become more heavily utilized. So it's important in our mind to create a connection so that people can come to our garden as well as experience a direct connection from St. Clair South and the neighborhoods adjoining it to the actual larger garden property. And then finally, we hope to utilize the site's existing topography in both storytelling and in the creation of view sheds, which we think is extremely important given the physical characteristics of the site. So if we're on slide number, I guess, 2 here for orientation purposes. The garden is 2.1 acres. It's designated as number 5 on the map. And just to give you some grounding on where it's located, we're along the west side of MLK Drive, just south of the St. Clair Avenue overpass, immediately adjacent to the African American Garden, where the access road comes down from St. Clair to meet MLK Drive. The Serbian Garden is just to the north of us on the other side of the St. Clair Avenue bridge. If you go to the next slide, please. This is a view of the garden property that's looking northbound on MLK Drive as you approach the St. Clair Avenue overpass. As you can see, it's a heavily treed property. I think I mentioned it's 2.1 acres. It's situated in what amounts to a natural bowl as the hillside ramps up to the north and to the northwest to St. Clair Avenue. The current occupant of the site, other than the flagpoles and the ID sign, is a statue mounted on a pedestal of the famed Romanian composer George Enescu, who was a guest conductor frequently with the Cleveland Orchestra. Currently, as you can see, given the large acreage of the site, he's in pretty much splendid isolation currently. So that's something we hope to correct through our plan that you'll see. The statue was erected when the garden was dedicated in 1967. And you can see, I think, my screen is slightly obscured, but given that he's been in place for 50 years, he's certainly gone through some substantial wear and tear over the years. And we do hope to restore and eventually relocate the statue as part of the garden plan. And I think there's also a view from the top of St. Clair Hill that looks directly south, which was taken during one of the there on this slide, I'm sorry, which was taken during one of the One World Day events, which we've had the pleasure of being active in. Maybe go to the next slide then. So in terms of the history, in 1955, the city deeded or dedicated for the remaining community the land that constitutes the current garden. I think I mentioned in 1967, the actual statue was dedicated as part of a public ceremony. The garden was subsequently, benignly ignored by the community for many years. There was some small efforts at, maintaining the property, planting flowers, some basic yard maintenance, but other than that, it's kind of remained in its original state. So back in 2011, the Friends Group was incorporated as a 501c3 nonprofit. And as such, it has as its goal to maintain the site of the nation's only urban garden dedicated to perpetuating the Romanian American cultural heritage. We see the garden as a testament to our Romanian American forebears who traveled across the sea to come to Cleveland and set up a new life for themselves. And like I said, unfortunately, like some other ethnic groups, the Romanian community has not always viewed the garden as a community asset, but that has begun to change since 2011 as we've begun to address the future planning for the site. So having said that, I think I'll turn the floor over to my colleague Dave Jerka, who will talk about the particulars of the design and the process of how we've gotten to where we're at today. David?
Great, thanks, George. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commission members. As George said, my name is David Jerka, and I'm principal of urban design firm 7th Hill. Prior to starting 7th Hill, I was the associate director at Kent State University's Cleveland Urban Design Collaborative, which is a good transition into this photo. The first session to design and kind of imagine the future of the garden happened back in 2011 at our facility downtown in Playhouse Square at the CUDC, where we had dozens of Romanians from not only Northeast Ohio, but representatives from Michigan and some adjacent states participated. And out of that session, we generated 3 different design concepts. Fortunately, we have a few Romanian architects in the Cleveland area that helped us facilitate this process. And from that initial visioning, creating 3 kind of distinct but somewhat related concepts, we combined those into one vision plan, one conceptual plan. And if you won't mind going to the next slide, Carl will give you an example of that. So out of one of the outcomes of that visioning session was this proposed vision plan. This was done without the real details of topography and accuracy. It was pretty close though, but primarily for the purpose of fundraising to then hire a landscape architecture firm that can work alongside with us to create something more real. But importantly, this vision plan did include multiple design elements that community members wanted to see within a plan that then would represent the various aspects of our arts and culture of not just being Romanian, but more specifically the Romanian American experience. So some of these elements here that we initially thought of using are things like a pedestrian bridge. Well, first of all, I should say that this general scheme kind of aligned with a story that George mentioned, which is a story of the landscape of Romania. So essentially on the southern part, on the left of the plan in this drawing, it was meant to sort of represent the tidal basin area, the beach and river and lake environments. It's the Black Sea. In fact, that's what Romania borders. But there's also the river and this water feature and the bridge over it, and some elements that were intended to kind of represent the Romanian landscape and individuals that identify with cities along the coast. Then there's the plains area, the central space, where the geography of the site is even flatter. And this was envisioned as an event area. There's currently not many amenities on the site to encourage folks to have small scale events or happenings here. There's really simply the statue and a lot of grass and trees, which are great, but it doesn't quite invite people to use the space beyond things like the One World Day or large event or planned events like that. And then because of the topography going uphill towards St. Clair and the area where most of the trees are located, that was meant to represent the more mountainous and hilly areas, the Carpathian Mountains and some parts of Transylvania, for example. So that was the kind of general plan for the site, and then there was multiple elements within it, including like the pedestrian bridge is an element over the water area, the bioswale we were really interested in. We had a lot of support for elements that would provide some natural or ecological benefit in the plan. Number 3 is the Maramureș Gate, and this is a really iconic, you can see at the sort of at the very top there, it's kind of small, but image 3, it's a gate that's in many of the Romanian villages that announce and welcome people into the village. For a brick plaza, or the idea of a donor circle, something that could be used for different types of uses, stone benches to provide ample spaces for seating. We did have some suggestions for parking spaces at 6, but as you'll see in the subsequent plan, that's not something that we're currently proposing. 7, low hedges or car screening if we would have had parking there. 8, regional plaza with benches, so an opportunity for different small-scale plazas that then can speak to these 3 different zones, as I mentioned before. Terracing with retaining walls where people could sit and kind of structure part of the hillside. Sculptured lawn seating, number 10. 11, a Dacian double spiral path. So Dacians are one of the groups that Romanians trace their ancestry. Romanian, as you might know, is related to the Roman Empire. So Romanian is a language that's actually Latin based. So, piece of trivia here. It's a Romance language similar to Spanish, Italian, and French. It's not a Slavic derivative, but again, we are close to these different countries, so there's some kind of spread. But the Dacian symbol is something that unifies various different groups of the Romanian community through something that seems not just ancient but visually recognizable. 12, the idea of grass pavers or hardscape, again, trying to minimize the amount of impervious surface as much as possible. The rain garden, which is where we had thought of placing it at first. The cultural pavilion, the pergola with climbing plants, some sort of feature where people could have a performance. That's generally the idea. The Ionescu statue, 17, and here is shown where it's currently located, and then lastly, a walkway. So right from the very beginning, we had this intention of creating better access to St. Clair, because currently there's no sidewalk on either side here of Liberty, or there's no structured way to walk from St. Clair or this intersection down to MLK. There aren't stairs at this corner either. So the only way you can get down currently is either to walk in the street or to trudge through the grass, which if it's any time after a rain, it's really soggy. So we hope that our plan could provide some value to the surrounding residents and maybe invite more people to not only come to the Romanian garden, but to access the overall cultural gardens along the corridor. Okay, I know that was a bit of a long overview, so I apologize. I just wanted to set the stage for where the plan is going forward. So you can go to the next slide now, just to show you. Here's a rendering that we did at the time to sort of envision the vision, to share what this garden could look like during a programmed activity, with the Maramureș gate kind of prominent and visible on the left-hand side there, and then an open space where small-scale events or programming could happen, as well as the kind of winding paths and stairs going up to St. Clair in the background. Okay, great. So next slide. So what do we do since then? We've been promoting the project and trying to gain support within the community. We've participated in a lot of events. One World Day, I think it's fair to say we're one of the more popular stops along One World Day, I think in large part because of the smell of our food, and we have great participation from many of the different churches. But at the same time, the Romanian community is not as unified as we hope it would be. It doesn't have one overarching umbrella fraternal organization as some other communities do. It's been actually quite fractured, mostly along religious lines, different church communities, Orthodox, Catholic. I grew up in a Baptist church, which isn't very common in Romania. And then there's non-religious groups and Jewish participants in our group as well. So that's one of the reasons we find the cultural garden so valuable, is that it is intended to be a unifying place, that it doesn't allow for recognition based on war or partners during war, but rather focuses on arts and culture and things that can unify across some of these cultural lines that are built within a country. So moving forward, fortunately, we've been successful with some events for fundraising in order to, like I said, raise the funds for first an inventory of the site, the inventory of the trees and their current condition, as well as a survey, a civil engineering survey of the site, which was required before we could begin engagement with a landscape architecture firm. So things like musical events and so forth, and different donations that helped us get there. Next. So this is a site survey that was completed and identified the location of different trees and their condition. Next. And then that led to us starting a contract with Environmental Design Group, who we hired to work alongside us, taking that draft vision, but then helping us turn it into reality, and then going towards construction drawings in the future. So this is just a shot of one of our planning sessions with our committee, which includes Romanian American architects and designers and different contributors, and kind of working through the plan. This was before COVID, so that's why none of us are wearing masks, just before it actually. So this is the result of that first phase of EDGs, sharpening their pencils, looking at the exact location of trees and their condition, the topography, the landscape, and then tightening up and making real some of our goals or intentions. So as you can see, some of these pieces moved around and some pieces were omitted entirely. So it might be a little hard to read right now, but hopefully in the files that you received, it's easier to read. Some of these key elements here are one, a sign that's located further south, right at the first point of contact with the sidewalk, that could announce what this garden is, because the current sign is kind of mid-block in the middle. So we've noticed from experience that a lot of individuals may come to the site, they're not quite sure where they're at, and they've missed half of the site before they see the sign that announces it, which I think for good reason. It's a big site, so it's a lot of area. Next, an entrance plaza with monuments. Our idea was to have a location where if there's individuals that require a wheelchair or have limited mobility, they could be dropped off easily off of Martin Luther King, and then have a solid pathway so that they can participate in events or activities that are happening in that area. And then it's also a location for future monuments that recognize different people, Romanian arts and cultural figures. The Maramureș gate is number 3. So that is essentially in a similar location, but scaled appropriately and aligned with one axis that extends from that entrance plaza to a stage that then could be used for small scale events into the hillside. The woodland path, which is 4, the idea there is that there's a connection that helps people go all the way up to St. Clair if that's what they want. They can kind of skirt the edge and have a path instead of walking in the street, as some people currently do. The council ring is a space for smaller group sessions. It's a reference back to another famous Romanian artist, Brancuș, who had his own table that's a sculptural piece, so it's kind of like inspired by that work, but not trying to copy it. Then the woodland overlook provides a spot for individuals that are either coming down from St. Clair and then can kind of take in that whole space, similar to the view that was shown previously of the Enescu statue from behind. And we also tried to put in several seating locations along all of the paths so that if seniors or individuals with limited mobility always have a location to stop and rest if needed along the way. The rain garden now is located in a better place, according to EDG. Where we had it didn't really make a lot of sense. So after the study of the topography and then the water flow, the current location there with like low plantings that are native and hardy in a wetland environment are located there adjacent to the stage. The amphitheater and story panels, the amphitheater kind of uses the natural amphitheater of the topography and then puts in stone seating that are spaced out wide enough so that a lawnmower or a double lawnmower, the kind that the city currently uses to mow the lawns here, could fit through it. And it's a gentle curve to allow that sort of maintenance. And then wrapping up the pieces here, the Enescu statue was decided to move on the secondary axis, because then it gives it more prominence instead of it just being tucked like far up into the site. The new location would place it on a new plinth and have it serve as visible from both sides of the garden. And then lastly, the St. Clair Avenue overlook. So it's another location that's more adjacent to St. Clair that our hope is very visible from St. Clair, because right now you don't really see much if you're walking down the sidewalk and not much calls to you to come down. But that overlook is intended to be a visible kind of gateway that attracts folks and passersby to come down into the garden. Okay, so that's the main piece to share, but I can move forward with just a few more details here as we wrap up our part of the presentation. So we did present this conceptual or schematic design to the design subcommittee from the Cultural Gardens Federation in July of 2020, and it was received very well. We had a couple comments, but they're primarily questions about what will the certain monuments look like in the future. So if we want to add individual monuments to each region in a couple of those smaller plazas, what exactly will they look like? And we don't know that answer. The answer is we don't know yet. And we're open to that being designed in various ways. We plan to build this in phases, so it may be the case that some of those elements that sit on top of the ground that can be added later will be added later rather than in the first phase of work. And then there's also questions about like material and durability of things like the Mara Muresh gate. So that in particular, our intention is to build at least half of it or the majority height over human head in stone or a much more durable material. And then if wood is used at all, it might be for the upper portions rather than having the whole structure constructed in wood. So anyway, there's more kind of details there in terms of material, some of which we don't know the answer to yet. And that's the hope, is to kind of flesh those out with EDG in this next phase, moving towards construction drawings and with feedback from today. But then some things we have discussed. And then lastly here, this is kind of our time frame. We'd like to move towards approval of the schematic design in maybe around now or this now that we're in spring. We'd like to complete this construction drawings this spring, use the cost estimates from the construction drawings to establish our fundraising goals by this summer, so we're clear about what we need to achieve, and then begin fundraising this year, and hopefully start construction of phase 1 next summer. So about a year and a half from now is the goal. And then we expect it may take multiple years to complete all 3 phases. Okay, well, I'm happy to take questions and comments. And if you are interested in following us, here's a plug. You can visit our website, and then we're also on Facebook.
Thank you for the presentation. John, do we have feedback from a local committee? Do we have a representative or any written feedback?
Lori Ashik, the director of the Cultural Gardens Federation, had to leave the meeting early, but she just wanted me to convey the fact that they have approved it. It's been approved by their Design and Preservation Committee. They commend the garden, and they're very encouraged by the progress that it's made in recent months. So they fully support it.
Thank you. Then we will, since this is schematic review, conceptual review, we will only be giving feedback. We will not be taking a vote. We did lose a few of our commission members through here, based on the time, but I will open the floor to our commission for questions and comments. I guess I will start with mine, and then others can add in. I mean, I do appreciate the thought and the intentionality of this design and trying to incorporate different aspects of the culture and or different positions throughout the site to accommodate different people and different functions within the site. So overall, I don't have any objections to the design. I appreciate that you incorporated in everything from the ADA accessibility to the main concert area. Is that what it is? The number 6? It is small on my screen. So the council ring, I think, is that over to the right. And then the different, overlooks coming down from St. Clair. So overall, I think it's a beautiful plan and support it. I don't have many design questions or feedback. I'm sorry. Oh, there you go. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is a very exciting design. I'm sure it's really energizing and invigorating the local Romanian community. One quick question. Do you plan to maintain the trees that are currently on the site? There's quite a few mature trees there. Just wanted to see what the plans were for them.
Yes, yeah, thanks. It's a great question. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we had a priority on getting a professional to assess the current state of the trees. And I believe for the most part, almost all of them are still in relatively good shape. There are a few that were either significantly damaged or, kind of at the end of their life, that have already either been addressed through the Cultural Garden Federation more broadly, because there was in the past year an assessment and interventions taken for all of the gardens. So that happened with ours as well. But the one of the benefits of having environmental design group on our team is that they were able to carefully weave the elements and structures proposed within the existing tree cover. So our objective was to keep all of the trees that we can. We find all the trees as valuable and a real asset. So that's one of the main reasons why many of the pieces slipped and moved and adjusted in the current proposal from the previous recommendations that we had. Frankly, I think we had essentially removed a lot of them in the initial concept, in part because of not knowing the reality, but also thinking that maybe we need to remove more of them in order to get the functionality for events that we had hoped. But EDG, creatively thought through ways that, we can slip the spiral around an existing, tree and still keep the sight lines and visibility that's needed. So, I hope that answers your question. Happy to follow up, but our intention is to essentially keep all the trees in place that are there. And for ongoing maintenance, if that's part of the question as well, there is maintenance that's coordinated across all of the gardens, but for the trees, the city of Cleveland often mows properties, but knowing, let's say, the way that the city mows these properties is one of the reasons why we didn't include a lot of planting beds or things that could be inadvertently mowed by the city. So pretty much everything in this plan is either obviously, a structure that sticks up out of the ground that won't be mowed, or it's flat surface that you can drive over, or the widths accommodate the spacing and maneuverability of the city's lawn mowing maintenance. So in other words, we try to keep maintenance of vegetation to a minimum, but also look good and functional.
Madam Chair, we actually have a story. It's rather humorous and
Yeah.
sad at the same time, but we had a group go out there and plant flowers in a bed there near the flagpoles, and a friend of mine called me in the morning on his way to work and said, "Gee, I drove by there and it looks so wonderful. They're so nice and bright and cheerful looking." And he called me back later in the day and said, "Looks like the maintenance people, exercised no discretion. They literally came in the next day because they mow in a straight line, or later in that day, and they took down all the flowers. So they were just little stubs of flower remaining. So hence David's efforts, or our efforts in working with EDG to eliminate any kind of flower or planting that could conceivably be, wiped out in the blink of an eye."
Well, thank you for that, and that info. It's very interesting how, yes, the people don't notice some of those things.
Institutional maintenance,
Yes. Mr. Pettit, you have your hand up?
Thank you. I just had a couple of comments. I think it's a great plan. I've always thought that this was one of the best sites in the gardens that was waiting for an opportunity like this to be really developed. And I'm glad to see that it's finally happening. Just a couple things. I'd reinforce your comments about trying to find durable materials for some of these elements, especially the gate and the pavilion, because I think one of the things we look for in the gardens is that they be sustainable and have a high quality of design and materials. The other thing is that we're not opposed to donor recognition in the gardens, but I would always advise you to make sure it's discreet, that it doesn't overwhelm, the real intent of the garden, which is, to honor Romanian history and Romanian figures, cultural figures. And I guess my last thing I always have to ask is, have you engaged the Department of Public Works? Are they aware of your planning, and have they weighed in yet on the proposed design?
Thanks, Don, for the comments. First of all, I appreciate it. You definitely share the sentiment that this is really one of the most maybe best situated gardens in different ways. The size, how visible all of it is from the street, from different vantage points. It's not something that every garden boasts, frankly. So we do take that as a high responsibility and want to respond to it accordingly. I'll take the first part of it, the comment about donor spots. It's a good point. I should have clarified from the first concept to this current plan. We did show that donor circle initially, which would have been, bricks with names of people as a concept, but we've moved away from that. So we don't think that that's a likely piece or something that we're currently proposing as bricks. But as you suggested, we think that there's ways that different elements in here could be attractive to donors as individual pieces that they support. But if we did recognize them, it could be in a much more discreet way, like you said. So we're not firm on that yet, but we currently don't have an intention to have something like the donor bricks thing going on, which would have been much more visible and kind of in your face. I don't know if you want to respond to the other part, George, about plans of interacting with the city or Public Works.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, I believe Commissioner Silva is still the person, the contact for that, the park maintenance aspect of it, Don?
I think he would be the one. I also think Director Cox would also, his department would be interested too.
Okay, so both of them. Okay, we'll
Yeah.
make an effort at outreach on that and try and set up something with them.
I think just make sure that they're in the loop on your planning.
Okay. Thank you. We will.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the commission? Does the applicant feel like you? Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, just on that last point, Commissioner Silva has retired, and Anthony Scott is the new commissioner. But Donna's right. Really, it's kind of should start with the director.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Does the applicant feel like you've received enough feedback from the commission today?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll agree with George. Thank you so much for your time. I know this was a long session, and your willingness to dedicate brain power, maybe on low calories, is much appreciated.
Well, thank you for your patience and persistence to get on the agenda. We'll just say get up on the agenda. If there's no other comments, Don, I'm sorry, I think I cut you off. Did you have an additional comment for them?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we look forward to seeing how this project progresses and how you decide to, phase the project. Obviously, we'll be very curious to see what goes in first and second, and related to your final material selections.
Great. Thank you very much for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So that concludes our concept plan reviews, administrative reports. Any today?
I would just remind commission members to send me your Harvest for Hunger forms if you're planning on donating. Thank you to anyone who's already sent them in. We also have a meeting tomorrow regarding the Waverly and Oak project and the Club Azteca. It's basically intended just to be an update and to talk about process moving forward and scheduling. And I may invite a couple of other commission members to attend that meeting, but right now it's just an informal meeting to talk with the applicant about how we're going to move forward with all the issues on both sides of that project.
Okay.
And that's all I've got, unless you guys have any questions.
Madam Chair, we have a site visit next Tuesday out on Lorraine Avenue for a proposed demolition right next to Urban Community School. It's on the south side of the street, and you'll be able to identify it by the scaffolding around the building. I think it's the 4900 block.
When is that, Tuesday?
Tuesday, 9 a.m.
Any other administrative reports? And obviously we should all let them know, Carl and Don, if we're going to that site visit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, anything else on our agenda today then?
Just adjournment.
All right, so then we will adjourn today's meeting. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
See you in 2 weeks. Bye-bye.
So long.